Good. Good. Yeah, so as I was saying, this is the fourth African conference that MESHA is organizing. And this year we had a very good partnership with many organizations, and InfoNile for that matter, and Water Journalists Africa that Fred is going to talk more about after this introduction. And what we're looking at is how do we expand the African conference? How do we ensure that we get more partners on board? And I just want to say that by yesterday in the evening, 457 people had registered for this conference. And yesterday alone, we had 170 people come in and attend some of the sessions, not all the sessions. So that basically tells us how much this conference has grown. And so today, we are going to talk about issues of water, issues of solution journalism, and mainly, I think it's going to be experience-based. A lot of learning to do, a lot of lessons to take back home. And then we are going to have a final closure from my university down, from one of the universities based in Southern Africa. That will be at around 1 p.m. or thereabouts. But my task this morning is very simple. I want to introduce someone who, when I look at his bio, I just want to summarize that he's very passionate about issues of water and climate change. Fred likes writing on environment. He is a trainer. He is a journalist. He is a networker. He likes doing things beyond Uganda. So he does a lot of things cross-border. And I think that is what InfoNile also does. And he just does not talk about issues of conservation and environmental issues, but he also talks about issues of peace. Because I think if we don't have a peaceful coexistence and a peaceful environment, then even science itself cannot thrive. Fred works as an editor with Uganda's leading multimedia house, and that is the Vision Group. He has won many awards. I think those are things that I've never done myself, Fred. This guy has even won the CNN awards. I'm not sure what he has not won. Frederick, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agan, also known as Captain. Thank you so much for piloting the plane that we are in. You know, we all look up to you. Thank you so much for what you're doing for us. So my task also is a bit simple today. I will tell you who we are, introduce my team, and then give the microphone to my team. But also I will take you through solutions journalism. When we talk about solutions journalism, what do we mean? So my name is Frederick Mujira, as Agan said. I'm Ugandan. I call myself a geojournalist. I've been writing about water for the last almost 15 years. Yeah, so I founded Water Journalists Africa, a network of about 700 journalists in Africa who report about water and sanitation. So we're a group of journalists that met in South Africa and started Water Journalists Africa. And then later in 2016, Anika, who is going to be presenting, Anika and I founded InfoNile. Now, InfoNile is a geojournalism platform, purely geojournalism. You will learn more about it, but you get details. Now, the journalists that you'll be seeing throughout this day are all from InfoNile. Now, InfoNile is a network of 400 journalists in the Nile Basin that report about water. We are a group of cross-border geojournalists with a mission to uncover critical stories on water issues in the 11 countries of the Nile. If some of you who are attending do not know about the Nile Basin, there are 11 countries in the Nile Basin. So this is where InfoNile works from. So we have about 400 journalists that are part of one. It's just a network of journalists that love telling stories using geojournalism techniques. So we are a flagship, like I told you, a flagship of Water Journalists Africa. Yes, so the Water Journalists Africa, there are 700 journalists in the whole of Africa. We have networks, like we do work with MESHA in Kenya. We work with several other networks in South Africa and West Africa. So what we do at InfoNile, we publish original collaborative investigative geojournalism projects to uncover issues of water and environment in the Nile Basin. I probably will get chance, or someone will get chance to tell you about some of the projects we have done, like Sucked Dry. This is an award-winning project that we worked with a group of 8 journalists in the Nile Basin to investigate, how foreign investors are coming into the region to grab land, and we've been able to win several awards using this project. It's a bigger project, so it brings together 8 journalists that worked from their countries and then produced these stories, published them in their local media houses, and then gave them to us, and then we turned them into a bigger project. I will encourage you guys to check it out because we don't have enough time to do this. I would have taken you through it and, showed you the techniques we used, such as satellite imagery, drones and, stuff like that, data journalism, to make sure that we put together this cross-border project. We also did Swamp City. Swamp City is based in Uganda. So we looked at Nachivuvo wetland and how, people were encroaching on this. We kind of used drone journalism, and then later we incorporated in others, satellite imagery and stuff like that. If you Google all this, you'll find them. We have a website, InfoNile.org. You can check out all these projects. I don't want to take a lot of your time on this. So this will show you. I'm still showing you what we do. We also provide stories, grants to journalists to conduct data-based water journalism. So we get some funding from donors, and then we give this funding to journalists. So we have so far given about 100 journalists grants to do geojournalism in the Nile Basin. And so when we give these grants, we don't only just give money to journalists, we also mentor them. We mentor grantees, we train them in data journalism and science communication, and we've been able to train about 50 journalists for the whole of, since the beginning of this year. We trained about 50 journalists. So we are working with different partners like Code for Africa, based in Kenya, Tanzania, and then South Africa. And these amazing partners, they have been able to train our grantees in data journalism. So we also create interactive maps and data visualizations on key issues of water, environment, and climate change. Now, much of this now again is through the partnership we have with Code for Africa. So they do for us data visualizations and maps and stuff like that. Yeah. So now I want to take you through briefly through solutions journalism. Because I told you we have a group of journalists that will be telling us about the stories they did. We gave them journalism grants, and then they did stories. And then this was in our project that looked at COVID-19 and water shortage in the Nile Basin. We got some grants, and then we had to work with a group of journalists to write these stories. We are actually still working on this, but we are almost in the evening hours of this project. Like as you will see, as we go on, you'll see Anika coming in to present how far we've gone, with the mapping and stuff like that. So when we got money, we sent out a call for applications, and we got 32 journalists who applied, and then several other journalists, and then we selected 32. We gave them journalism grants, and these were we kind of teamed them. We wanted to work with teams, so we teamed a radio journalist based in a rural area and someone from urban area working with, for example, print or TV. So gave them journalism grants in teams, and then journalists went to areas and worked on stories focusing on COVID-19 and water shortage in their communities. So half of these stories focused on solutions. They were purely solutions journalism stories. And then we created an interactive data-driven map that, like you will see later, This map shows case, areas with more or less access to water, expected changes, rainfall, and runoff due to climate change. All these you'll be seeing them. Yeah, so you would wonder, when we worked with a group of journalists, we would wonder what, and then we told them to do solutions journalism. We would wonder why, what it is. I know most of you guys know about solutions journalism, but I will just take you through briefly. Because we encouraged our journalists to work on solutions journalism stories, and then when we are selecting through the pitches, to give journalism grants, we focused more on solutions journalism. I mean, the journalists that had this angle, we felt we should fund them. So solutions journalism is kind of hard news reporting on responses to social issues, how communities, how people respond to social problems. So it builds on the approaches and theories of journalism, including the copycat theory, the development journalism, peace journalism, that started in 1960 and 1970s, that focuses on solutions to conflicts, and public or civil journalism that focuses on engaging people about matters of public interest. Yes. So I'll just give you roots of SOJO. Now, SOJO is solutions journalism. I'm just giving you this summary so that when our reporters start, telling you the stories they did and how they did them, you can have a background of what they were working on. So SOJO has roots. Well, by 2003, SOJO had almost started, but it was not so prominent. To a group of journalists in France that had a network almost like we do, like InfoNile or MESHA, called Reporters of Hope. It was an NGO, so they started working on stories that aimed at promoting solutions-based news in the media. But later, SOJO became so prominent when two journalists working with the New York Times in US started a forum called Fixes. So David Bernstein and Tina Rosenberg in 2010 started that column that examines responses to urgent social problems. So like I told you, look at responses to social problems. So this is what they were doing. So later, David and Tina and another journalist called Courtney Martin later co-founded Solutions Journalism Network. So this it is actually almost most of the stuff that I'm telling you, I get it from Solutions Journalism Network. Actually, that's where I got most of this knowledge. And also as InfoNile and Water Journalists Africa, we are partners of Solutions Journalism Network, which has a representative in Uganda working with the Monitor. Yeah. So now, Solutions Journalism Network aims at making solutions journalism part of the mainstream practice in news. Yes. So when our reporters, the journalists that we worked with, when they tell you all these things, you now be having at least a background of what they are talking about, the origin, stuff like that. But you would say now, talking about solutions, are you, what is it about? What does it entail, solutions journalism? So, and this is what we would tell our reporters as we mentor them, what to do. So they to focus on causes of the problem. If the problem is there, say water shortage. Now, what is causing all this? Then go ahead and look for responses. There could be people or an organization that is working, to solve this issue. Who is this one? What is he doing? Then now we must look at how. Pay attention to how. Emphasize on innovation, on models. How are they, responding to this? How are they responding to this? How are they intervening? What methods are they using to solve this problem? You must be sure. You must know that you have to give evidence of impact of responses. For you to convince me that it's a solutions journalism story, you must show me evidence that this model or or this innovation has been able to solve this problem, and now people are enjoying this. If it was a war or anything, now people should be able to enjoy peace. Or if it was a water shortage, and you are writing about a project that came into our village and started giving out to working to solve the problem of water shortage, you must show me evidence that now people are enjoying water shortage compared to the old times. Like I told you, you must give the problem, so I must know what the problem was, and then later when you give me the evidence, I will certainly know that yeah, it's a solutions journalism. And in most cases, you may have like if you read through some books, you'll see that solutions journalism encourages 40% of the story to be on the problem, give background of the problem, how things were, and then 60% you can write about the responses and whether the solution is working. And also remember, now you must back this. If you say it is working, you must show how it is working again. And then sometimes it may not be working. You need to talk about it. What is making it not work? Why? These are things that you would need to look at when you're working on solutions journalism story. And this is what the journalists that we gave grants did. Now, this is the last slide that I'm going to be presenting. So I know some people now say so SOJO is kind of happy news, good news, or public relations. And my answer would be no, because SOJO, solutions journalism, should be evidence-based reporting. You must go to do evidence. I told you, what was this project? What was it about? I mean, what was the problem? What is this project? The innovation, how is it working? Is it working? Why or why not if it's not working? Yeah, so evidence-based. So you would also probably say maybe it is a biased news. You are biased. You want to look at the good stuff, and you want to look at the bad stuff and stuff like that. That now most of the media houses are kind of giving birth to a generation that likes what is bad and hates what is good, because they're focusing on the bad news. Then they expose the generations to bad news, and then they kind of promote bad news. So probably be like, no, now then you are biased. You want only to give us the good news, and you don't want to us know about the bad news. Then I would say no, it is evidence-based approach to reporting again. Then again, you'll be like, probably it is advocacy. You are advocating for something, and then that's why you write about it with this kind of approach. Then I would say no, it focuses on what has worked and not what could or should. It's just you have to show us what has worked and not what could work or should work. Yeah. So now you have a brief background of what SOJO is all about. I will now switch now to the person that will moderate this using the background of all this knowledge I've given you. And now this guy is called Meknon. I hope I pronounce your name well, Meknon. This is a friend of mine from Ethiopia, and we've known each other for several years. I will ask Agan to unmute him.
Simon, that is Mekonnen. Mekonnen.
Yeah, yes,
Mekonnen, yeah. Ato, you call him Ato.
That's
Ato
right.
Mekonnen.
Ato, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And there's somebody who is jostling. Fred, just Mwasa, just take your time. When your time comes, we will let you share your slide. So we are taking care of you. Very good care of you, Fred Mwasa. Ato Mekonnen. Okay. Got him, Simon?
Yeah. I think
you.
it's now
thank
open.
you.
So now
it's working. Yeah.
I will hand over to you. I want you to introduce yourself as a senior journalist, our friend, the friend of MESHA, the friend of InfoNile, the friend of Water Journalists Africa, and go ahead and introduce your team, the team that you're gonna be working together on this, and then take us through. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fred and Agan. Thank you very much. Agan, he knows every culture in our respective countries. He is well traveled. So thank you very much, everybody. So I have checked that everybody is here. So I will introduce our team. So we have a team of four journalists from Kenya, Egypt, and Rwanda. Two of them from Rwanda. So Henry Owino, he is from Kenya, work for Science Africa. Science Africa, you know, is a science specialized media based in Kenya, founded by the senior journalist called, Otula, and Rauna Al-Masri from Egypt. She is here. We were chatting in the chat. She will have also her presentation. And the other one is Daniel from Rwanda. He is a freelance journalist. And the other one is Fred Mwasa. He is an editor of the Chronicles of the Rwanda. So everybody is here. Thank you very much. And I also thank you for having me as a moderator. So as Fred already indicated that our issue is related with water crisis, and especially during this the pandemic time, COVID-19. So it is reporting due dangers of COVID-19 pandemic and the water crisis in the Nile Basin. So the session will highlight the role of solution journalism in these areas. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, especially, InfoNile was supporting journalists to write data-driven stories on these issues. So this team of, actually, I was also involved in this project, so I know the project very well. So the four journalists will give us their reflections, their experience. So I will start with Henry. Henry from Kenya. If Henry, yes, you can take the floor and go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anika would share your slide. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mekonnen Ato from Ethiopia. Also, I want to thank Fred for that elaborate introduction of our social stories, the solution story. At least you have the background now. So because of time, I want to redeem time so that I'll give other people also a chance to speak on their story. I'll just be summarizing my stories in brief. So this story was sponsored by InfoNile. As they said, I was one of the journalists who benefited. I was the grantee. I'm Henry Owino. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I work with Science Africa. So my story specifically, if we can go, move to the second slide. Yes. Now, my story was basically, that's the headline you can see there. I was doing this story from one of the largest African slums, so to say. This is always known as Kibera. It's one of the largest slums in Africa. So with slums, you know, there are so many challenges that people face, lifestyle challenges, from food, from water, health, schools, you name them. So when COVID-19 came in, now it became even worse. The problem was worsened by COVID. Now, this is what we call the dual challenges, the problems the residents are facing. So my headline is into their own hands, Kibera, Kenya's largest slum, tame COVID-19. So I went through to find out how the community are responding to these challenges, this problem, how are they solving them. And in summary, the community, this story is about how the community was driving the initiative to provide water, sanitation, and all manner of things so that they can out this pandemic which in South Africa. And InfoNile also carried the story, Pulitzer Center, plus many other media outlets. It was a compelling story. There you can see the links, what are the problems, what are the solutions, so that I don't go into detail. So the links are there. Let's move to the next slide. Yes, so I will be talking concerning the photos. Basically, I took the only photo so that I can summarize the whole story. So this photo is basically telling the residents one way they can use to contain or stop the spread of the virus. So it was done by some youth guys. It was all over in Nairobi, even in other slums. So this was basically to show those who are, those who cannot read, you cannot write, those who cannot hear the information, but they can see. So it was reaching to all people. The basic, the background of this graffiti art was just to tell the resident that you must be wearing mask without necessarily going around the community telling them. So when you pass the strategic walls where people normally pass, so when you go there, you see somebody wearing mask, it reminds you that you should be wearing mask. There's COVID-19. So it was one way of containing the disease. Next slide. Yes. Now, I've talked about there was challenges of water. Water became really a major problem in Kibera. And community people had nothing. There was no water. There was scarcity of water. So there's this organization which came up, is known as SHOFCO. SHOFCO is one of the largest NGO in Kibera that give people some alternative solution to their problems. Like they have an health facility, they have some schools. Now this time they came in handy to provide water because water was a crisis, and residents were really, I can say they were really, there was challenges of water. And now where they could get water, they could really go and crowd there. So to avoid this crowd, at the same time also spreading the virus, as you can remember, when COVID-19 came into Kenya, there was that hype that Kenya, and especially the informal settlement, people are going to be infected more than any other place. And this thing gave people some panic. There was some panic that people living in the informal settlement are going to be infected because of the crowd. They live in really crowded, the way the settlements are arranged. There's no space. So when these people see this thing, as they were panicking, there was alternative to provide water to reduce people crowding in places where there's water points. So SHOFCO was providing water on a daily basis.
Henry,
and people are lining up, and every person had. Yes.
Hello, Henry. Because you know the time you have is only 5 minutes. So
okay.
So please.
Okay, next slide. I'll try to hurry. Next slide. Yes, these are the types of how they were referring this water to their houses. You can see the women were really out there wearing masks, taking the water to their houses using this tricycle motorbike. Another slide. Next slide, please. Let's move to the next slide. Yes, now of using this, I can say public address system to work in the communities, spreading the information. The COVID-19 is real and people are getting infected. So please take the precautions that are necessary. Wash your hands, wear a mask, stop crowding. Make sure that you make some social distance, the physical distance. Keep it so that we can avoid this pandemic affecting in our community. If we are affected, all of us are going to die. So, and for other people. So let us please, next slide, please. Yes. Now this one now was showing how crowded this place is. You can see how Kibera is crowded. All these people live here. We are told that it's almost 250,000, so crowded. So this just is.
Henry, we can't hear you.
Next slide. So these are some of the lessons that were learned. I won't go through them. You can read them. The lesson that I learned from this, that it is when you do solution journalism, it is always rigorous and evidence-based reporting. It puts problem solving at the center of the narrative and points out any limitation of the responses. Again, it covers systematic responses, not individual do-gooders. Another slide. Next slide. So in social journalism, you avoid hype or advocacy. Don't advocate for those NGOs, what they are doing. You look at the people as they are responding. Are the alternative being given to the community? Are they responding to their problem? Is this solving their problem? Also provide evidence as an impact. Then the challenge that I face is that in so your stories, they are basically human interest stories. They are not hard news stories. Also, you have to engage accuracy and evidence purposes. Make several trips to the place so that you understand, not just something that's being shown to the cameras or the journalists so that they can see after you have gone, nothing goes on. So you must make several trips there to ensure this thing is a real one. Then again, good journalism do not come out of a comfort zone. You must go out of your way to get and find out if this thing is a real solution out of the problem. You must also have multiple sources. Next slide. So in summary, let me Annika, Fred, and also South Africa or Tulu Ward for giving me that opportunity to express my journalistic in solutions journalism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Henry. If I, for the time you take, so if I ask only a question, maybe if you can tell us how did you collaborate with a radio journalist so that we can pass to the other.
Okay, thank you. This story was done in 2 parts. I had a radio journalist, Mutori Kibera. The radio station is based in Kibera, and the guy also lives in Kibera. So this one gave me an opportunity so that we can interact with the residents because they are familiar with him, they are familiar with the locality. So the radio journalist did his bit in Swahili for the residents so that they can understand, for those who listen, because the radio station is based in the locality. So everything that was collected in the locality was aired in the Pamoja FM. That's a radio station within, is a community radio station based in the slum. So we collaborated with them. We were working together as a team. the interview that you are doing as a team, and every move that you are moving with him, every step you are making, you are doing as a team. And this make our work very easy. That's why this story has made different changes. Even other areas are now copying the system that are being intervened in Kibera. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Maybe you will respond later on to the other questions, but now we are running out of time. So next speaker would be Rwanda from Egypt. Rwanda, are you here?
Yes,
Please,
I'm here.
You have only
yeah.
5 minutes, please continue.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Misha. Thank you, InfoNile, and thank you for the introduction from Mekonnen. I'm going to start sharing from my screen. Okay. Oh, Anika, can you help me share, because there is something wrong on playing the my presentation.
Anika, did you hear? Okay, Moasa, please.
Okay, it's okay. Let me talk about my presentation. I have done work in immunotherapy governorate. Yeah, thank you very much. Next slide, please. I have done my work in immunotherapy governorate because this governorate in Egypt was found to have a huge infection, a number of renal failure, and hepatitis diseases. When we search about the causes were due to the quality of water. This actually because of the contamination due to sewage water coming from sometimes from the underground water where it mixes with the underground water, so it causes high rate of infection of renal diseases. We went there and we investigated 3 villages. The first village was called Zawit Naur village. The second is Gizirat al-Hagar, and the third one was called the Sadat facility or Munshat al-Sadat. Just to compare between the state of art of the problem around the 3 villages. When I first pitched my idea, I had the problem that the people didn't trust me enough to say. They were afraid. They wanted not to show the names of the villages or their experience, because all the solution journalism that has been done to tackle this problem actually was taken by the NGOs or by individuals. And they thought that if I mention their names on a report, maybe the plans they are doing for water purification will shut down later on. But we went there and we started to build a kind of a trust between us, me and my crew coming with me, the cameraman, and we have two individuals, others joined my crew, journalists, TV journalists as well. And after that, we have, of course, we used every possible research, even from coming from the Environmental Authority of Egypt, or from the water holding company, or even a research paper. We used all these references just to understand the problem and to try to make sure that the solution that was provided by the people actually really met the criteria of solving this problem. We went there. people trusted us and they showed us a new facility of water purification plant, which was annexed to one of the hospitals. This hospital was used for the quarantine hospital during COVID-19 pandemic. When we went there, it was just under construction, but they offered us to go and to shoot within the facility. And we have compared between the 4 villages. Now they became 4 because we know that Zawit Naur is serving another village which is called Nader, and this Nader village actually was highly infected with the COVID-19, so we couldn't go and visit this village by that time. We had some problems because we had to postpone the work on the project due to the lockdown. And then later on, when there was a time for us to travel to go to Minufeya and have shooting, we tried to do our best by visiting more than one village. In Zawit Naur and Gezirat Al Hagar villages, they were depending on the water already purified and treated from the official network. Next slide, please. Because I'm going to talk about the common points among these 3 villagers. Well, so as I said before, 2 of them were just depending on the purified water, but they then took the treated and purified water for further treatment just to ensure that it's really pure. Although the station that they were taking their water from is one of the recent built water stations. In Zawit, after that we looked to the technologies they used in the purification. We found that they have 2 different technologies. For example, in Zawit Naur, they used the ultraviolet radiation for the water purification. And then we had the expert or the researcher point of view regarding this, and he advised that the water should be used immediately because purification using chlorine helps in maintaining the quality of water later on. On the other hand, in Gezirat Al Hagar village, there was also chlorine added to the water. And then when we went back to take the researcher point of view, he explained that even chlorine is used in purifying water or in the treatment process. It has to be done precautiously because sometimes overdoses can contaminate water and low doses as well.
Can you please wrap up?
Yeah,
because
okay.
you have only 5 minutes. I told you.
Okay, I will. Next slide, please. Finally, as I mentioned, that we have some common with the story of Henry, because they use tricycle vehicle just to deliver water into the people at homes in order to ensure that there is no crowd and the water is clean. And it can be further used in the healthy and maintaining the sanitary conditions. In the last village, which is called the Sadat facility, they resorted to digging their own well at higher depths just to make sure that the water is not contaminated. What I want to say is that all 3 experiments actually based on the knowledge of private sector operation. These private sector companies are specified for building water purification plants. And everything, the solution itself also depended on the NGOs, as I mentioned, and on the villagers themselves. Please, next slide, where we can see some part of the video. This is some part of the video and how we took precautions, and people are coming. Sometimes they come to the plant themselves just to take their own water. And by the way, the plant provides water for like a pound or two, or sometimes for free. They just want to provide water for the people. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rwanda, for the very articulated presentation. Especially, I loved this video, very expressive, and your solution-based reporting, water purification. Maybe if participants have questions, they will forward you later on. Now, let's go to Daniel from Rwanda. Thank you. Daniel, can you hear me?
Good morning, everyone.
Please take the floor.
Can you hear me? Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yes. My name is Daniel Zawonimana. I am a freelance journalist from Kigali, Rwanda. I'm one of the beneficiaries of InfoNile grants. I did a story, a solution journalism story about one particular social enterprise that is providing water in the community. But the big story was the water access as a top priority for Rwandan school as they reopen. You know, when the I think Annika is helping me with the slide. Yes, there. You remain there. No, yeah, okay. What access a top priority for Rwanda school as they reopen? You know what? The second slide, please. Yeah, when COVID-19 erupted in Rwanda in March, the Rwandan government took a decision to send all the students at home so that they can limit the spread of COVID-19 in Rwanda. So then in the meantime, next slide. The next question was, what will be the plan when the school resume? As COVID-19 is still around, the government took some measures so that when students come back from their home back to school, they cannot be infected by coronavirus. So one of the measures, they say that there has to be a place at school where students can wash their hands all the time. And next slide. Another measure that was taken was advised, people were advised to frequently wash their hands, and also in school, once they resume, now they have resumed again, it was about telling students to hand wash their hands all the time. So on this picture, you can see the two students hand washing their hands. So that is what is happening now. In every school in Rwanda now, there has to be a particular place where students has to continue to wash their hands. Okay, next slide. Okay, so another measure that was taken was to build more classroom in order to facilitate social distancing. Social distancing is one of the measures to stop the spread of COVID-19, and together with washing their hands. So the government invested in 22,000 new schools. This is one of the biggest projects that the Ministry of Education did over the last 10 years, whereby classrooms are built in the same period of time. When these schools were built during COVID-19 lockdown. Rwanda was in lockdown from March to almost end of May. So these classrooms were built during this period, so that when students come back to school, it will be possible to practice social distancing. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this is how it is happening now. Social distancing in school. So as you can see on this picture, students are sitting separately. They are not overcrowded. Before the coronavirus, there was too much overcrowding in school. So that now, in order to limit the spread of COVID-19, that is how it is now. So the government spent, in collaboration with the World Bank, they spent 228 million US dollar to build school, so that when they resume, they can be social distancing. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the social enterprise I was talking about. The social enterprise started in 2014 in the hope to eradicate water scarcity in Rwanda, in East Africa, starting with Rwanda. Now the social enterprise has already connected 100,000 Rwandan through a network of 95 boreholes. So the social enterprise go into community where there's no water, and they dig a borehole so that they can connect the people to the community. So this social enterprise during the COVID-19 lockdown was trying to support the government, to join hands with the government so that they can connect school to its system. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this is stuff of Water Access Rwanda. This is how they go into community and dig borehole so that they can get water from there. And it to school as a way to help the government so that more school can have access to water. Next slide. This was the role of okay, now the challenge now we have is this one. Given the fact that it is now an obligation for school to be connected to clean water to facilitate hand washing, schools across the country are appealing to the government to lower water tariff, as they fear that water expenditure will increase. You know, before COVID-19, it was not mandatory for school to have a particular place for students to continue to wash their hands. But now it's an obligation for students to keep washing their hands. So schools are now fearing that the water price is high to meet the government requirements for them to continue for their students to continue to wash their hands. That is a challenge now we are having in Rwanda. School, they say water is expensive. Please, government, can you see a way you can reduce water price so that we can it can be possible for us, for students to continue to wash their hands. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now this is as you know, I did this story while I was taking part in InfoNile data journalism training. We did almost 8 weeks, almost 10 week data journalism training. So this is the slide you see. It shows the drinking water source in Rwanda per province. You can see from my story that the capital city of Kigali, less than 35% of households have drinking water tapped into the dwelling. This is a slide you can have access to my story. Anika can share it in the future. After that, I was able to produce this graph in collaboration with my mentor John during that course. Next slide. This is also a slide showing the access to drink water in Rwanda. This is, you can see.
Daniel.
Okay. Yes.
Can you please also speed up?
Yes. So, but to conclude this presentation, I can only thank the organizer of this conference, also InfoNile for the training we had in data journalism, also for the grant that it was given to us to be able to do this story. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Maybe we will come to you later with questions. And thank you for the presentation, which is full of innovations in schools, to protect students. So the next speaker would be Fred Mwasa from Rwanda.
Okay, thank you so much, Mikonen. I'm trying to share my slide. Hi, everybody. I hope everybody can see what I'm sharing.
Yes, we can see it. Continue.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Mikonen, and thank you, InfoNile, and everybody following. Now, my story was done in collaboration with a colleague of mine, Silidio. Unfortunately, he's not been able to follow up, but he's with us in spirit now. Our story was on the issue of water that has been going from the Rwandan side of the border into Congo, DR Congo. Now, the Goma side of the border has been depending on water from Rwanda, I think, since time immemorial, for many, many, many years. But the records we have is from around 1930s. Now, on any given day, before COVID, on any given day, you would see scenes like this in Goma, or rather in Rwanda. People transporting water to Goma. Scenes like this, you see people with jerrycans, with trucks. Now you can see this truck is written on Maji ya Rwanda. Maji ya Rwanda is Swahili for Rwandan water. Like you can see, there's a gentleman there, he's disabled. He's transporting water to Goma, that's the Rwanda Congo border. When you went to Goma, it was such paper posters are very common, advertising water. Like you can see, 20 liters is 1,000 Congolese francs. That's about $50. And then suddenly COVID struck. Now, when COVID struck, we got the opportunity. InfoNile put out invitation for such stories. And the first story we thought about was this. Now, what's interesting with this story is that it's a very sensitive story, and the local media has not covered it at all for many, many years. It has only been raised in brief in certain areas, but it's not been covered because it's a sensitive issue, and our media is not eager to go into sensitive stories. Now, when COVID struck, Rwanda closed its border, meaning everybody had to stay at home. And now, the people in Goma, about 1.5 million people, were no longer receiving water from Rwanda. Before COVID, on a monthly basis, Goma was receiving about 2.1 million liters every month of water. Then when the border was closed, of course, very little water was able to go through because very few people were allowed to go to Goma. Now the price of Rwandan water shot up from 1,000 Congolese francs to 2,000, rather from between 500 and 1,000 francs to 2,000. That's about $1. Basically, the price more than doubled. Now, another problem was that hundreds and hundreds of people who were employed in transporting water to Goma became unemployed. Now, because the border was closed, the government only allowed 2 cooperatives to transport water to Goma. Now you can imagine hundreds and hundreds of people basically lost unemployment. Now, when we went to Goma, we got the opportunity of going to Goma during COVID. That was after our border had been closed. We managed to sneak into Goma. And this is one of the scenes we found in Goma. We took this photo at around 5 a.m. in the morning. This young boy had been staying there waiting for water since the previous night, because there are certain supply points for water in Goma, but for you to be able to get some little water, you had to spend there a night. These are scenes that were there too. These are very common scenes in Goma at that time. Then after publication of the story, we're very happy, we're very lucky, very happy to work with Anika. The production of the story was superbly brought out. Of course, the government was not happy with us. The intelligence complained because it's a sensitive story. They complained that it was not necessary to write that story, but we'd already published it anyway. A new mechanism was put in place to allow for more water to go into Goma. So more people were allowed, those that have, people who had trucks were allowed to take water into Goma. So basically, the water that had dropped to about 300,000 liters a month in April increased slightly. We're yet to get the numbers, but people we talked to in Goma told us there's more water coming in after the story was published. So basically, we're hoping probably InfoNile will come up with another opportunity, and then we can follow up and see. In terms of numbers, we know people tell us the water is going in, but what exactly, how exactly has it increased? We hope to do that sometime soon. We appreciate InfoNile so much, Code of Africa and Pulitzer for giving us this opportunity. It was not, if it had not been for this grant, we would not have been able to sit down, go to different places, go to Goma, go to different places to get all this data. So because of the grant, we're able to have the time, to have the resources. Like you all know, the media in our side of the region has kind of issues with money and all that. So thank you so much, InfoNile and Pulitzer and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much. Really, very interesting story. I didn't know that people could sleep on jerrycans. Huh? So, you know, water scarcity, where we have seen there, maybe if I ask a question, but where is the solution? Where, what was the impact of your story? People were not happy, you said, very short.
Okay, now, when the border was closed, you can imagine there was no water going. There was some water going there, but it was very little. And as a result, prices shot up. Now, when we published the story, first is more cooperatives were allowed to take water into Goma. Now, that was because the government, of course, contacted us and they complained privately that it was not necessary to write that story because it's a kind of geopolitically sensitive story. So, but the story was already out. What they did was what they had to do was to find a solution. So they allowed more cooperatives, trucks to transport water into Goma. Now, we don't have the exact numbers because we've not done a follow-up yet, but the people in Goma whom we interviewed called us and said, after you people came here, we are receiving more water. It's not like previously before COVID, but at least we're receiving more water. We wish we can go back to the original way of how the water was coming in. So in short, more water began following into Goma. Like I said, we're to go back and find out exact numbers, and we hope to do that.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you for all the presenters and very interesting stories, all of you. Maybe, you know, yours is very unique and very touching, really. And Henry Rwanda in Egypt also talked about this hepatitis B and this COVID-19 problem with water. And Daniel from Rwanda, Fred, and all the points you have raised, the water scarcity, the solution journalism there are very interesting. So if, can I, now maybe if one or two questions from participants, from other participants. Maybe if Agan, do you have any question and other participants?
Thank you, Mekonnen. I think that listening to the three journalists, and let me just express my admiration. I saw the pyramids at the back of my sister from Egypt. Reminds me of my many travels there. And the three of them, they strike me with one thing that I call courage. And I also find that they are very, they are daring. And I think it is Owino who said that, not in the exact words, but he said that when you are thinking about doing solution journalism, you need to leave your faint heart elsewhere and go with the heart that you can tell that story and be ready for everything. Even as much as we know that there is no story that is worth your life. Fred talks about crossing through Goma. I was in that area. There's a lake on the Rwandan side. I think it goes up to the Congolese side. That has a lot of water. So I was just looking at it in terms of how come that the authorities are not, utilizing. And I think that's a freshwater lake because I ate a lot of tilapia at the shores of that lake. And so I'm looking at it also in terms of you moved the needle. Fred, no wonder you really wanted to show your slides from the beginning. You had a good story to tell. But for the three journalists, congratulations. You've won my heart over. Definitely, I'll be getting in touch with you. And I think there are a lot of things that we can learn from the simple ways in which you went out to seek stories that are just next to us and are hardly told. Fred, you say that water thing, people never talk about it. And that is not just one. There are so many stories that are just close to us because we interact with them every day. They no longer matter to us. But when you tell those stories to the outside world, they matter. Now that the Goma people have water because of what Fred and the rest of you did, and with the grant, just shows that journalists just need a little support so that they can tell big stories in their own ways. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for stories well handled.
Thank you very much, Agan. Really, you, the host and the organizers were not generous, really generous, for giving us time. We were very stressed with these 5 minutes. Anyway, we managed it. So if participants have no other questions, I will give the floor to you again.
Back to you, Fred Mujira, to steer us. And thanks, Mekonnen. Mekonnen, you are telling me that you've never moderated, and I'm telling we are building capacities of African journalists. You will always moderate, and you will be training moderators how to do the moderation. So if we are called upon to moderate, please don't shy away. It is not rocket science.
Thank you.
Fred, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Agan and Mekonnen. This is perfect. But there's a question, I think, from Felix, our friend in Tanzania, Felix. No, not Felix, it's Guide from Kenya. He asks, what lessons can we learn from your reporting? Any journalists can respond. Lessons that we learn from your reporting. From probably Fred, you can go ahead and answer this. I see you are still on it.
Okay. I'll start with the one Agan asked, that there is a freshwater lake, a very large freshwater lake, that's Lake Kivu in the region. Now, when you open the story, you'll get very interesting details. Now, the water in that lake is not drinkable water. It's salty water. It's very salty because of the way the lake was formed. All those details in the story. So the people who drink that water are the poor people, the very poor who are not able to buy water from Rwanda. Now, why they get water from Rwanda is because that entire region, there are no rivers, there are no lakes and all that. Now, the only fresh water is from a river that is in Rwanda. So large as you see Lake Kivu, its water is not very good to drink, okay? That's one side of this. So when you read the story, there are lots of very interesting details in it. There's a story, there's a question from Bwire. Sometimes he's asking what people can learn from our reporting. Sometimes stepping aside and basically asking yourself certain what I call them stupid questions, stupid and curious questions, will give you a very interesting story. When we saw a call for proposals from InfoNile, I contacted that colleague of mine and said, there's this, what do we do with this? And you can't imagine the first thing we said, you know what? What's wrong with the people in Goma now that COVID has come? What's wrong with the people? Are they getting the water they used to? And we're very sure no media is going to write about this in Rwanda because of obvious reasons. So we said, you know what? Let's go for that story. Then we applied for whatever, good enough. We immediately got it and then we went for the story. So some people complained to us. I don't want to go into details, but I did inform InfoNile, Nika, but that's not really important. So, but the fact that we're able to, you know, take that courage and say, you know what, it's an important issue. Let's go for it because we believe it's really important. I think that's very important. It's important that a journalist sometimes steps out of that fear. Of course, I know some newsrooms don't allow that, but as the Chronicles, we're an independent organization, so we're able to do anything we want. That's why this story was able to be done and published. I hope that answers what this.
Yes, thank you so much, Fred. But also, I think what we have to learn from all this is that it's very important to tell collaborative stories. You realize most of these stories are almost the same and they are in different countries, but if later when you see that we brought all these stories together and we formed one project out of this, you learn that, I mean, there's no need for media houses in the region to compete. They can work together. They can work together and publish the stories together, you know. If, for example, you are in Kenya and you think you want to have a component to your story, a component in your story, and that part, that stuff, that paragraph can come from Rwanda, why not contact Fred? Or why not contact Owino in Kenya or something like that? So it's a very big thing. But also at InfoNile, what we learned, the lesson that we learned is that COVID-19 affected journalists just like other, you know, communities, you know. So the journalists who are not able to go to the field, most of them had to prolong, you know, their field time. And some have just finished, you know, they took more than 6 months to work on these stories. So, I mean, their media houses had no money, some closed, you know, some were, their salaries were cut. So that's why also we came in, you know, to help and give money to these journalists to make sure that they are able to go to the field and write the stories, you know. And yeah, so it's very important for us also to, you know, make sure that pandemics like this do not just affect the communities that we write for, but also us as, you know, as journalists, and then it's important for funders probably to always come in and support journalists, in times like this. Yeah. But also I want to find out from Rona, I don't know if you are still there.
Yes.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah. So just tell us in 1 or 2 lines what the lessons that you learned from that we can also pick from your story. We just want to also get the experience of Northern Africa. We don't want to concentrate on Central and East Africa. I just want to get 2 or 3 lines from you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, the first lesson is that there is nothing called impossible, because during COVID-19, we went to Minufeya Governorate where actually there were huge restrictions among the governorates of Egypt. Of course, it's common, but we went there, and even when they told us about the hospital, this is why I treasure this visit actually, because we went to a quarantine hospital. We took the risk, but then of course, we submitted ourselves to many precautions regarding health. People, journalists actually like to build trust with their viewers and with the people, because we take the stories from the people, and if they don't trust us, then there will be no journalism at all. So the second thing is that we could have built the trust, and later on we found out that even the government is going to support those plans, and we helped in correction of some misconception that was in their minds, that their plants are going to shut down if they show themselves or the names or the locations of the plants on the media. Of course, I was lucky to work with SciDev in publishing the story, as well as InfoNile, and these are 2 large schools of journalism where I got to learn more. So it's one of the lessons also is building capacity by learning the methodology of SciDev representation, and also by joining the workshop of data journalism from InfoNile, and building capacity is very also important for journalists to go on and to produce more strong stories, more related to people. This is what I think. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you one question. Don't go, but now I need to let Agan know that from this we'll be going to hear from Science Africa and about the projects they are working on. They also have a solutions journalism approach, and so they want to share with us. I thank you, Agan, that you are able to make sure that during this conference you bring in case studies of networks on the continent and how they are doing it. Your partners, you want us to showcase all this. So from this, we'll have a few minutes, almost like 30, and give these minutes to Science Africa to also tell us how they have been working on this. So within 5 minutes, they'll come in. But I want to continue with you, Ron, and ask you, I understand you told your story in kind of short news videos. Why did you choose to do this?
Because of my connection, some of your words are missing. So would you please
okay.
repeat?
Yes, I can. Certainly, yes, I can. I understand you told your story using short news videos instead of using long words. Why did you choose to do this?
No, you mean the type of video I produced?
Yes,
like the size?
Yes.
Well, it has a meaning. In my opinion, actually, I want to be closer to the people. And when I show the stories of the people and the solution done by the people themselves, I want to be as close as I can. So maybe this is why I prefer the medium shots and even sometimes I use close shots than other shots. This is my opinion. Maybe you can oppose to my
Yeah.
opinion. It's up to you. It's okay for me. I can accept even different opinions because I always believe in continuous learning.
Yeah, that's right. I also like the fact that you are, able to these short music videos were able, to not only target you helped us and your media house to go to the young generation, that has not have enough time to read, they watched. They are easy to share on, online, social media. Yeah, it's kind of good stuff that you did and, good kind of writing. Again, you let me know if Science Africa is ready so we can connect. But now, again, Rona, I want you to tell us about the networking. When I talked about collaborative writing, kind of writing stories, it's not just the stories we write, but also, the friendship, the networking that we do after writing the story. Because remember, we link with friends, with other reporters in other countries. And I know, Rona, you have networked with a group of female journalists after this grant. Could you tell us a few lines about this?
Yeah, actually, I am a screenwriter mainly, so I have to have my own team, like people who are more skillful than me in shooting, other people who can do the editing more in a more skillful way than me, for example. I can do both, by the way. I can do shooting and I can do editing. These times around, the video journalists especially need to do what we call the one-man show. But I believe that acting in group is much better than acting alone. So this is why I wanted to share the experience with my colleagues as well. And even we try to because as I said that they might be better than me, and I want to make the best of the story. I want to do it in the best way. I tried. And if you ask me, do you like your story? I would say yes, but I think it's lacking. In a way, maybe because I had no time to, for example, for the interview of the researcher, we had to use Zoom. People were afraid to come in front of the camera and get in contact with other people. Another thing is we didn't have enough time to visit the Sadat facility, so we had a sound recording from the engineer who built the plant over there, and we just adapted the audio to the footage. And maybe I wanted to investigate more about the reasons why renal failure there is so much related to the quality of water. So if you just keep on asking me, I will I will put my story in a bad way. But this is how journalists actually act, because they're not satisfied about their work all the time, and they want to make it better and better. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether Henry, you are able to talk about the lesson learned. I see you have put it down. Yeah, are you able to?
Yes, I've posted something there. I thought that I will not have enough time, but what I want to say that days are gone when journalists used to cover negative stories, stories that are not making any benefits. They only claim and blame the society. Today, societies want credible example of responses to problems. In other words, we must stop being a watchdog to a guide dog, spurring the reforms and developments. In other words, investigation is the vehicle of solution journalism. That's what I can say.
Thank you so much, Henry. And probably we'll end with the last question.
So Fred, the Science Africa team is ready.
Okay.
And your time is also up, so you better.
Yeah, but I don't want anyone to answer this question, but I want us to go with it. George writes and asks about why there are not so many solutions journalism stories. Why do you guys think that journalists are not able to write these stories? They had to do stuff like this. Is something that we should think about, and then we should be able to answer it in subsequent sessions. Back to you, Agan.
Thank you, Fred. I would have really wished that had we known that these journalists have got this kind of experiences, you would have given this more time. But again, that is structural, that is logistical. I leave it to you. Maybe we are learning, and how we can better get to listen to the experiences of the science journalists. I see Sarah writing there that these are social impact stories that affect economies. There's need to follow up on such stories and report them consistently, including telling such effects to communities around the world. Local languages are key in telling such stories, using especially local TV to inform and educate the local communities. But I also just want to add that to what Sarah is saying is that there's also the space of social media that I think many journalists take for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, in the opening remarks from our vice chairman, he said very clearly that as journalists now, and we're discussing this with Duncan Boyer in the morning today, that we assume the space of social media. Maybe because our media houses are very big and perhaps we think that we are well read, but I'm telling you that there are lots and lots of people who no longer read what we write in our good media houses. So let us reach both who read us and those who do not read us. And so the floor actually today is not mine, and so I give it to Mr. Daniel Otunge. And I just want to repeat that Daniel is not in any way related to me, but I know him. Daniel Otunge, the floor is yours for Science Africa.
Hello. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much. This is Daniel Otunge of Science Africa. Just want to have a very short conversation with you, just to share with you what we are doing in the science media and journalism space, so that we can see which areas we can work together with the journalists from across the region, and of course also partners that are in this forum, so that we can see how we can move together in this. I will try to share the screen that I have. I'll see if it can, if it will show. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. Are you able to see anything?
Not yet, Daniel. Not yet, Daniel.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. We are able to see anything. Yes, we are able to see you.
You see me.
Yes.
I'm trying to get myself off so that you can see the. I'm going to.
So share screen. Share the screen.
Yeah,
share
I'm
screen.
trying to share the screen. Okay, let me share that. Yeah. Can you see now?
It's coming on.
It's coming on. It's coming.
Yeah,
okay,
now it's there.
Now
it's there.
All right.
Go to slideshow.
Okay, so that's yes. So this is, we want just to share with you the trends from Science Africa perspective in terms of what we are doing. And Science Africa was established way back, many years back. It's almost 2 decades old, by very renowned African science journalist Otulo Owuor, and ourselves joined him in the process of it. And the main reason why this was established is to be able to entrench science journalism in Africa, because as a pioneer in this field, Otula realized that that there is need to work with the upcoming journalists so that their interest in this field can be developed further, and that actually led to the birth of Science Africa after doing a number of things here and there, and now here we are. And so we are basically a media house and a consultancy firm, and the main activities that we are involved in include publishing, mentorship, and training. And this is very, very deliberate because they are actually connected. If you want to work with the upcoming journalists, they need a forum where they can be able to publish the material that they come up with, because as you have been saying in this forum, and as you know as journalists, that science stories are not given that preference in media houses. And sometimes you can come up with a good story which you believe is good and you know is good, but it doesn't get proper treatment. So how do you then get this out? And having a platform under Science Africa therefore became very pertinent, and we were able to start that as a major activity. And then of course, the main thing, which is the mentorship. We always do, of course, training like seminars, workshops, and conferences like we're now having, where capacities are improved, people share so that you learn a few things. But of course, after that, then what happens? So you need a process where you can be able to work with the upcoming journalists, and even some who are already established but still need to sharpen a few areas and there, and also be able to do that. So they are very connected. So if you look at publishing under Science Africa, we have the Science Africa Journal, which has been there for quite a while, just showing one of the issues that we had, featuring two prominent Kenyan scientists that have done wonderfully well. Professor Thomas Odhiambo, who started ISIPE, and Professor Callistus Juma, who was in Harvard University, and also started ACTS and many other issues, and have published quite a lot in the area of science. So he has done a lot under AU and many others. So we featured that just to also showcase what African scientists can do. And as Science Africa, we do that a lot. In fact, we are having series that are almost coming out of press to also feature the science leading African scientists. So under that, it's not mainly, the journal is not mainly for that, but if you look deep inside this, you'll find a number of young journalists have published in this journal about their writings and experiences in learning about solutions journalism that we are going to talk about in a short while, and also publishing their stories, and of course, getting something also out of it. It's a very good platform where you can be able to put in story. And it's not only for journalists, even scientists. If you look at that journal, you'll find even scientific, almost scientific articles published in there, research findings by scientists themselves also find space there. And then we have, because you know, news move very fast, and the journal comes out once after 3 months, so it's quarterly, and therefore it takes long before it is published. And therefore we came up also with the daily news, the daily science news portal, where we publish and process a number of very, very many information that we get. Some of them are press releases, and of course we also have reporters that go out and get stories, and they process them and they publish on a daily basis. And if you visit the Science Africa portal, or you visit our website, you'll be able to interact with this news, and it has been very, very useful, as you see as we go forward. Then we have the newsletters that come out occasionally, and of course we do books and booklets that we also publish. So in mentorship, which is one of our flagship projects or activities, which we are really, really very proud of, We have over almost about 10 years and across Africa, working with various organizations and institutions, including MESHA itself, including the World Federation of Science Journalists, African Federation of Science Journalists, and many others, been able to mentor over 200 young upcoming journalists to become a good science journalist to serve Africa. You know, science is very important. Doing it well is even more important than just doing that. So we've done that, and this is a very hands-on way of doing things, where you learn skills practically. We have a center here in Nairobi where journalists who are here in Nairobi can actually come and be here attached, but we also do online mentorship. And all this is free. We don't charge anything. We don't charge the journalists for being attached to our newsroom here in Nairobi, or also working with virtually. And we have had a very good working relationship with the various media houses in Kenya, like The Nation, for example, The Standard, and many others across Africa, and also the universities, especially the schools of journalism. A number of students who are learning journalism here in Kenya, have come here to learn, and we encourage you also to see if you are upcoming and you would like to learn something about, say, solution journalism, improve your skills. This is an opportunity for us to partner very well and move forward. Then and just to let you know that some of these 200 and more journalists that have passed here, some of them have actually gone on to become award winners. We have Sharon Atieno, who is still based here, and our online editor, who has gone places because of having been here. Kiprotich, Kuros, these are mostly Kenyans that we're mentioning, but there are others out there that have also won awards. We have Amadi, who is attached to, and I think the Kenya coordinator for InfoNile, who has just won a very prestigious prize from AAAS in the US for a story he did here in Kenya, and which went on to win competing among very, very major news organizations around the world. So this is something we're really very proud of, and that story was actually published in the Science Africa portal, news portal. We have Diana, we have Leopold just won an award on, I think, biotechnology reporting just the other day, an article we did the other day with, I think, OFAB, Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, that I also used to be with, and a program started while we were still there. So things are moving in terms of this, and it's something we'd like to grow as we move forward with other projects. And to be able to support the work that we are doing, we also try to partner with a number of organizations to be able to find ways and resources that we can use to support the journalists to do the work that they are doing, so that they do it even better. And for example, we just, through this forum, this conference on 17th, we launched the Africa Science Media Center. We also have an initiative called the African Health Solutions Journalism Initiative. Then we have also Solution Journalism Capacity Project. And then we have complex urban systems for sustainability and health. So these are all around solutions journalism, trying to take it to the next level as one of the new trends that is global and is being entrenched in Africa through efforts that we have, and not only us, others like InfoNile and others are also working in this space to make sure that this new approach to science reporting, and not only science, can go into issues of governance, development generally, so that journalism is not just about fire. It's about also working with communities to point to them directions where they can be able to get to deal with their issues. So looking at the African Media Center, we told you this, so don't want to spend time on this. is a wonderful opportunity for us as journalists to come together and meet with experts who can be able to tell us about the intricate research that they are doing, the breaking story that is coming into just breaking in the media, and therefore the journalists need to report on it. How do you deal with that? The experience they have out there, like in UK, in Canada, in Germany, and USA, they have all adopted this to be able to bring these two very important players in the journalism field, the expert and the journalist, to work together on a sometimes very complex and intricate issues, and be able to report them in a manner that can be understood by the people that need to, the communities, the policymakers, and others, of course, you and me as well, in the best way possible. So it's a good platform that we are just launching, still building it, and we believe that it will pick up, and we will respond well from your end and our end, and be able to make sure that it becomes a useful platform that we can all use beneficially. So, we'll do this through a number of, like I said on Monday, through the video mostly. We have what we call expert database, and what we'll be doing with this is that we will be reaching out, identifying, using very good criteria to identify the experts in different fields of engineering, science, technology, innovation, of course, medicine, and any other. We get experts from different African countries who can be able to provide expert opinion on a number of issues like COVID and others, and put it out there so that we can be able to put it on our portal or send it directly to the journalists in our database, and they can be able to use some of those comments or opinions of these experts. Then there is also an opportunity again to work with the same experts and follow up, because their number and their contracts will be on the portal with their agreement and consent, and therefore it will make it easier for the journalist to turn around a story with a credible comment from credible experts. That's what we will try to ensure. And then, of course, there's also, of course, the normal press releases. We can back it up. If a story is breaking, we can be able to write on it. If there's a findings of a research, we liaise with the people producing that report and come up with a release that can help to make the work that we do as journalists easier. Because I have been a reporter and I know how difficult sometimes it can be. So it is good that we help each other to do the work that we do in the best way possible. At the same time, we'll have press conferences. Like next week, we will be hosting Professor Omu Anzala, one of the leading virologists in Africa and of indeed the world, to talk to us about this reemergence or the second wave of COVID, for example, in not only Kenya, but in Africa and of course the globe. And then the good news that there are 2 vaccines that have already been announced that are over 90% efficacious. So what does that mean for Africa? And what does that mean in terms of behavior of the people? Should people drop their guard because the COVID, the vaccine is here? What do we need to do? And what is the likely end game of this COVID? Of course, with the vaccine in place, and of course the other measures that have been put there. So what do experts have to say about this? So we will talk to us about that on Wednesday next week, and we invite you to participate. We'll send out the link for that kind of meeting so that you can be able to attend and follow up the story from your own angle. Can have what he says and then follow it from your own angle, and let's keep reporting on this very important issue. Then the other thing that I want to also share with you this morning, I hope it's still morning, is that we are about to launch another initiative called the African Health Solution Journalism Initiative. And of course, its mission basically is to improve the coverage of health issues in Africa, and to do this from a social perspective, because we believe that if the communities get solutions to the challenges that they face, the problems, then they can be able to behave better towards helping themselves. And of course, the communities themselves also have solutions to issues that even policymakers would like to hear and help to outscale or upscale, or so to speak. But this can only be mediated by the media. If the media is not focusing on those, then it becomes a major challenge. And this is where now solution journalism is coming as one of the new trends in journalism that is changing the way it is, the practice or the trade is actually managed and handled. And this is a 2-year project. We initially starting focus on Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And if you're keen and you've visited our Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. And if you're keen and you visited the Science Africa website, you will be able to see a grant or a media story, health story grant, mini grant that we just announced. And we encourage you to apply so that it will make it as competitive as possible, especially the health reporters from these 3 countries. The initial stage, the 2-year initial test or pilot initiative that we're going to run is focusing on those 3 countries, but it is going to extend to other countries as we move forward. So we encourage you to visit the Science Africa website and see that grant link and be able to put in application if you're interested and if you have experience in SOJO. If you're not, then you can also be able to visit, for example, the Solution Journalism Network, which can give you information on that. You can do a quick study, and they always offer on a monthly basis some talks on solution journalism so that you are conversant and you will move up to date with it. So that I won't go into the details of the objectives, but rounding it up is just to say that the main thing is to increase the coverage, quality coverage of health issues within these 3 countries or in Africa from a social perspective, because we believe that is an important service that the media can offer to society. I think I passed one more thing which I want to talk to you about. Let me just back up a bit. There we have the solutions journalism. Please mark that is a mistake. It's not solution. It is solutions journalism capacity project, and this one is a 3-year project that we are also running with the Solution Journalism Network, also focusing on the 3 countries that I mentioned, that is Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. And the reason being why we think we should concentrate on that is that we want to concentrate and then have impact on those 3 countries before we expand into the other countries, and also have trainers from those countries that can now work together with us and other experts in this area to be able to improve the coverage of health from a social perspective. Under this particular project is not really just limited to health. It can cover other areas of development that communities are interested in. So long as it's done from a social perspective. So in the coming weeks, we will be able to communicate with you through the platforms like MESHA and of course the websites that we are developing for both the projects, and interact with you and see how can we work together. Because it's also about capacity building for journalists themselves and the trainers in this field. It's a 3-year project covering those 3 countries. And then we have a partnership, more or less, not a project, with the Complex Urban Systems for Sustainability and Health. This is focusing mainly on urban waste management, looking at within the informal settlements in cities, and the focus in Kenya, it's only here in Kenya and London and New Delhi and others, but here in Kenya, it's in Nairobi and also in Kisumu city, but the one we are doing is focusing mainly for now in Kisumu city. And it's an interesting one. We just had a training with over 20 journalists from the Western region on Sojo, and we're doing very beautiful articles written from Sojo perspective in different languages, in Luo, in Kiswahili, and many others, and in English, being published using Sojo approach. And this is very encouraging. It's a way, it's also like looking at health from a different perspective, from the environment perspective, and also how best to manage the waste. It's a partnership, very complex partnership in itself, involving the university, the county government, the African population health. The abbreviation is a little bit long, and partners from the UK under this project. So this is an area we continue working on, and working with the journalists from those regions. I think basically that's what we wanted to share. Would like to again ask you to visit our site. We work with very many different partners. The InfoNile has been a very, very good partner of Science Africa, and we want to grow that because it's a very good source of support for journalists. A number of stories that we have published that have gone on to win awards actually were supported by grants from InfoNile, and they are actually not stopping, they are continuing. So you can see that even in this particular session, we are working together with InfoNile and want to build that. So MESHA has been gracious to us, gave us a platform to actually launch the FASMC, and of course now also talk to you about this and share with you what we are doing so that you can see where we can work together in the various projects we have, the platforms we have that you can enjoy, and send us your story and have it published so that it is projected out there. So thank you very much for now. We welcome discussions, questions, or clarification if you need. Then I'm also here with my colleague, Otula Uur, who is next door. He can also be able to join us and answer some questions. He's a veteran. So thank you again, Agan. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. You know, I also have that name, Daniel, and so in all our forums, wherever we go, I am Agan, you are Daniel. So thanks, Daniel. Now, Daniel, you, I left that name for you. So Daniel, I also think that you forgot, or you want to talk about it later on, that Science is also available, our magazine, the only science magazine that is being done by a media association in Africa. And Science, we do it every 3 months, and we also welcome stories for people from Africa, from journalists in Africa, to tell the African science story. Now, Daniel, there are several questions for you. You mentioned Omu and Zala. I remember you talked about the date on the day of the launch. You talk about that. Just take your pen and then you respond very fast, because you only have 4 minutes to do that. And then also from the chat, there is.
So you want me to talk about the date of the meeting?
Yes, you will talk about the date. I'll give you a chance in a short while. And people are saying you are very informative, but one big question is, you talk about solution journalism, a little bit about funding. I think Joe Juma was talking about it just, and Fred talked about it before you started speaking. How would you support journalists, the solution journalism, or how would journalists support themselves to do solution journalism? I want to look at it from both ends. So over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for those beautiful comments. We accept them. Let me start with the with the next week discussion with or meeting with Professor Hanzala. For those who are not from Kenya or have not interacted with him, this is one of the leading virologists and vaccine expert in Africa, and has been working with very many countries, even at AU level and others, to see how Africa can also benefit from these vaccines, not only the COVID one, but even the other communicable and infectious diseases that they've been working on, including malaria and others. So we have set a date with him next week, Wednesday, on 25th, from 11 to 12. And this is more or less like kind of a press conference. He'll come and tell us what he's seeing about the COVID second wave, about the good news of the two vaccines by Pfizer and I think Moderna, both American companies. I know the Moderna one, is it the Moderna that was being, I think it was being tried in South Africa, the nearest that I know. So there are issues, there are a number of issues, because a number of African countries have actually not even started testing this thing in their population, or among their population, and that can raise some gray areas or challenges. So
please answer the next question. Answer the next question. We just wanted to know the date.
So that is going to be there. Then the next question was about how do we support journalists and how they support themselves. So I think for us, we support you through offering skills building opportunities and sharing opportunities with experienced social journalists and non-experienced coming together to share so that they can learn from each other and also from the experts. That's one. Secondly, we have, for example, the mini grants that we have just announced. Just one is the beginning, but they are going to go on throughout the 2 years under the Health Social Initiative, and then under the Solution Journalism Network partnership. We're also going to have certain mini grants that you can use to do your investigative story. That is the support you can also be able to offer. We are also trying to work with the journalism schools and encouraging them to come up with the curriculum that includes SOJO at the journalism school level. So we'll be identifying in Kenya, in Uganda, and in Rwanda, where we can start, which universities or schools of journalism that we can start with to include that and have some seminars. And maybe support one or two competitively to do a master's in journalism, but writing something around SOJO.
Thank you, Daniel.
We are still trying to wrap around.
Thank you.
That's then the second part again, which is important before I go, is that it is important also that once, as journalists, once you get the skill, let's apply it. Let's not only write about SOJO from a SOJO perspective when you have a grant. Use the skill to report on any other issue, on any other thing, whether you're supported or not supported. I think that's the only way we can make it sustainable. Let's stop it at that, but I think as we're going to meet in other forums, which we are going to call, there will be a workshop next year, beginning February. We can discuss these matters more and see how we can make this sustainable for our own interest here in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to emphasize that if you are given a story, a grant to go and do a story, not just that story. If you also happen to meet another story that you actually was not out to do, don't stop doing it, because that is not professional. Do it as well. In one grant, you might find yourself doing 2 or 3 other unintended stories. Ruth Kea says that today's session is timely, but I just want to tell her that at MESHA, we do things in a timely way, not just in terms of sessions, but also in terms of presentations. And even your attendance itself is timely. So even you coming here, your coming is very, very timely. Now, I think Fred is available, and you told me that I need to test the mic of one Geoffrey Kamadi. Geoffrey Kamadi, are you there? I'm testing your mic so that I hand you over to Fred. Simon,
Yes.
be looking for Geoffrey Kamadi. Geoffrey
Yes.
Kamadi. Hi, Geoffrey Kamadi. Daniel, stop screen sharing. Hi, Geoffrey Kamadi.
Stopping right now. Thank you very much again.
All the time, you're always welcome. Keep tweeting. I think it is MESHA Science. I think that is the hashtag. I hope you can hear me now. That is Geoffrey Kamadi. Hi, Geoffrey Kamadi. You can see me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Geoffrey, I'm very proud of you.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, you can't see me. Maybe I'm too dark.
Okay, that's good.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I'm just announcing to everyone that Geoffrey has just won $10,000 US. So please be a very good friend of this guy and be very kind to him. Karibu sana, Geoffrey. Over to you, Frederick.
Okay, thank you so much, Agan. We are going to our next session. I just want to thank you, Agan and Daniel. When we talk about collaborative journalism and, ask journalists to do this, we don't only, end there. We also do it. That's how we have been able to collaborate with, MESHA and South Africa to implement all of this that we are doing. So I don't want to waste your time. I know we should be ending at exactly 1. So I just want to introduce the next session. You all now know about InfoNile, what it does, and all the journalists Africa. I won't take you through all this. And also I told you about the project that we are doing, focused on COVID-19 and the water shortage in the region. So we just now in this session we just want to highlight the data and science around the situation of water scarcity in the Nile Basin. I will invite Geoffrey to moderate this session. Geoffrey is an award-winning journalist. He's a perfect journalist. He's based in Kenya, but what Geoffrey does for us is not just writing stories. He also is our coordinator in Nairobi. He is the regional coordinator for Kenya, but also extends to other countries in the region. Sometimes Kenya, sometimes Uganda, South Sudan. He's a perfect guy. He's a perfect guy, and he's gonna take us through this. I want you guys from this session, I want you all guys to pick a few things around interactive data-driven maps that we did, showing case areas with more or less access to clean and clean drinking water and expected changes in rainfall and runoff during the climate change. These are things that are new to us as journalists in the region, but we'll see how we've been able to use maps to tell these stories. Over to you, Geoffrey. Hello, Geoffrey. Hello again. I hope Geoffrey can. You may need to unmute Geoffrey.
I think Geoffrey can unmute himself.
Okay.
Geoffrey Kamadi.
Yeah. Yes, I have. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. If you find challenges, you can grab a bit of.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so
hello, Geoffrey, you're breaking. You may need to put a video or something.
Sure. So we'll be looking. Okay.
Yes, Geoffrey. Hello, Geoffrey. Yeah, Geoffrey, now I can see you. You may need to put off video probably if you are facing challenges. And again, I see you are muted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, so I have unmuted myself. I hope you can hear me now. Okay, so we'll be looking at thirst in a river basin needed most. During COVID-19 lockdowns, hundreds of thousands of people were displaced from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania due to the flooding of Lake Victoria, parts of Khartoum, Sudan. How did these climate disasters impact the situation of communities during the pandemic, especially those that were already vulnerable due to a lack of clean water and sanitation? This session will highlight data and science around the situation of water scarcity in the Nile Basin, how rainfall and runoff are expected to change due to climate change, and what communities can do about it. We will continue the conversation with some of the journalists that took part in our project, Coronavirus in the Nile Basin, Dual Dangers of a Pandemic and Water Crisis. They will highlight some of the water scarcity challenges they reported about in their communities. The parallel crisis of heavy rainfall and floods, and how climate change can worsen water and sanitation issues. They will give advice to journalists covering water scarcity and climate change. InfoNile will also launch an interactive map showcasing data on climate change and water access in the Nile Basin. So the background. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns, InfoNile supported 32 journalists to report data-driven stories on issues of water scarcity challenges and solutions. Most journalists worked in teams with the TV, newspaper, online journalists working together with the local radio journalists. Half of the story focused on solutions that water-scarce communities were undertaking to improve access to water and sanitation at the time when it was most important. InfoNile also created an interactive data-driven map showcasing areas with more or less access to clean drinking water and the expected changes in rainfall and runoff due to climate change. So I'm going to introduce the first panelist, David Moere. David Moere is a research and lecturing assistant at Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda. He is also pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy with a focus on water management at Addis Ababa University, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So the floor is yours, Mr. Were.
Again, you may need to unmute David.
David, are you able to talk now? David? David, go ahead.
Yeah,
Simon?
I see he's has no microphone, it is muted.
Simon? Simon?
I think can you now hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone who is participating, and welcome to this interesting session. As they have already introduced me, my name is Were David. So I'm going to take you through, if I can just share my, slide. I don't know whether you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so I'm going to take you through a smaller presentation, water scarcity and climate change in the Nile Basin. And just briefly, for some of us who might not be sure of what the Nile Basin is, I am using this map to have an introduction of what the Nile Basin area is. So the Nile Basin is the area which is drained by the River Nile and its tributaries. And now with the addition of South Sudan, there are currently 11 countries within the Nile Basin area. And also I thought it's important to have some statistics about the Nile Basin to appreciate what the area is. Yeah, so these statistics which are obtained from the Nile Basin Initiative, yeah, the size of the basin area is close to 3.2 million square kilometers. And in terms of area in comparison to the African landmass, it's approximately 10%. And it hosts about close to 300 million people, which is nearly 20% of Africa's population. And by 2050, it's estimated that this population will be approaching 500 million people. So that's how significant the population is growing in this Nile Basin area. So we shall come straight to what factors contribute to water scarcity within the Nile Basin area. But before we do that, I wanted us to first have an idea of what water scarcity is. So water scarcity basically means lack of access to water to meet the standard demand. And according to the UN, water scarcity is defined as having access to water which is less than 500 cubic meters or liters per person per year. So when we talk of water scarcity, there are mainly basically 4 dimensions of water scarcity. We have water scarcity in terms of availability. We also have water scarcity in terms of accessibility. We have also water scarcity in terms of cost or affordability to purchase. Then also we have water scarcity in terms of the quality of the water to meet the required need or use. So what is causing water scarcity within the Nile Basin area? So the first thing I'm going to talk about is climate change. This is a global issue, not only within the Nile Basin area, but within the other continents or globally. So climate change is occurring everywhere and is exacerbating the already existing challenges in terms of increasing the frequency and also the duration. The other factor is natural calamities such as droughts and floods. You know, these things are not, they have been naturally occurring like floods and droughts, but of course these days also with the addition to climate change, the frequencies and also the lengths are increasing over time. As you have seen just of recent, there have been flooding within the East African region, where countries, for example, are around Lake Victoria and also around River Nile, they are flooded and cause a lot of suffering and loss of damage to great damage to property and loss of lives. There's also increasing degradation of water quality. So when the water quality degrades, then it means that accessibility in terms of freshwater demand, for example, drinking and other such as irrigation and other water needs also become less significant because you cannot access the water. There's also increasing human consumption or abstraction. For example, there's globally, not only in the Nile Basin, there's an increase in population. So the demands for water sources to survive, they're increasing. For example, culture, energy, we have other water needs also have increased. So this has required that absorption also increases to match the demand for water resources. But there's also an increase in water wastage. And this could also be attached to maybe to changes in lifestyle. People now want to use a lot of water. For example, you need to have a swimming pool. It might not be wastage as such, but also the changes in lifestyle also means that the changes in water demand also increases. But also there could be other uses which could not use maybe fresh water, but there's minimal cycling. So most of the water is used and wasted, so not put to additional use. There's also an increase in land use degradation within the Nile Basin area. For example, there are increasing losses of forests, wetlands, and other natural ecosystems. So when we lose this, there are always increasing surface runoff, leading to little or no charge of groundwater. So most of the water as it rains, also this also combined with the urbanization where there is an increase in surface runoff. So most of the water runs off the surface and there is little recharge, reducing on the groundwater volume. So how is the Nile Basin rainfall and runoff expected to change due to climate change. Yeah, this is an important aspect, and there are very many models globally which have been predicting regional climate change scenarios, not only in the Nile Basin area, but in Africa and other parts of the world. So in Africa, or in the Nile Basin area and East African region, there are a number of models which have predicted climate change in future. And in the fourth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the projections have been synthesized, and as I'm going to, you see in my presentations, I'm going to use the IPCC 2007, which is on as an assessment report for the IPCC. I mean the fourth assessment report for the IPCC, the one I'm going to base on to provide the projections for the Nile Basin area. So in the East African region, I'm going to group this into two, as the upper Nile Basin countries or the East African area, including those ones of Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Congo, upper Ethiopia, and also including Congo, which I call the upper Nile Basin. Then also the other one will be the lower Nile Basin, which will include Sudan and Egypt. So in the East African area, the upper Nile Basin, the projections show that temperature will rise with a mean of 3.2 by the period 2082 to 2099, or close to 2100. So with these projections, it shows that precipitation is projected to increase by up to 20%. However, it will be accompanied by greater variabilities in rainfall patterns, and there is a likely increase in the occurrence of intense precipitation events such as flooding within the increase. So the increase in precipitation is projected that during the rainy season, the rain will be higher than what is occurring now, but the duration or the occurrence might change, or the timing of the rainy season might change over time. So as the precipitation increases, there will be an increase in runoff, especially along the Lake Victoria Basin and also within the Ethiopian highland areas. However, when we come to the lower Nile Basin, Sudan and Egypt, the IPCC projects different sources as we have seen in the upper Nile Basin. In the lower Nile Basin, the IPCC projects an increase in temperature, as also it has been in the upper Nile Basin, but there will be a reduction in precipitation, unlike an increase in precipitation in the upper Nile Basin, and also there will be a reduction in runoff. So how are these projections in precipitation and runoff going to impact on floods, drought, and access to water and water services within the Nile Basin area? So based on the projections of the Nile Basin area, where we have seen that there will be an increase in temperature, precipitation, and runoff, the following impacts are projected or are likely to impact on floods, drought, and access to water. So increased precipitation and runoff will increase flooding. So with flooding, there will be reduction in access to water and water services, especially by people who live close to the lake shores, river banks, and wetlands, due to submergence of on-site sanitation systems, pollution of water sources. There will be increase in runoff, which will reduce groundwater recharge and also yield of upstream ground water sources. Just of recent, within 2019 and early this year, we have seen there were a lot of flood within the East Africa, and especially Lake Victoria, there was a lot of flooding, and people who are neighboring the lake, there was a lot of submergence. So in such cases, there are issues especially relating to not only to water quality, also water safety, but also there are issues relating to sanitation. Because, for example, if you submerge on-site sanitation system, for example, toilets, then you are going to pollute the surface water, which also the people are depending on. So in such a case, then access to safe water for use at homes, domestic, even for industrial use is also reduced. And also access to water for wash also reduces. So the runoff and resultant flooding will be enhanced by land use change within the east of the Nile Basin, and especially along the shores of Lake Victoria, and also in the highlands of Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia. There's a projection that urbanization is going to increase, but there's also an increase in agriculture. So these activities are going to increase the runoff and also the resultant floods will be enhanced. So in such a case, whereas, for example, in the Upper Nile Basin, while there is an increase in precipitation and also there is urbanization increasing the surface runoff and agriculture, so the impact of climate change now will be enhanced or amplified further. So based also on the Upper Nile Basin projection, which we have seen that there will be, where precipitation is to increase, there will be greater seasonal variation in rainfall patterns, which will increase the frequency and length of droughts. So when this model said that there will be an increase in precipitation, it does not mean that the precipitation will be as it has always been, or it will increase within the same season as has been. It will increase, yes. For example, during the rainy season, it is showing that the rainfall events will be high, but the duration and the frequency of the rainfall will be unpredictable and will vary. And in such a case, the model is predicting that the patterns of drought will also change, especially in terms of frequency will increase, and also the length of drought will increase. So in such a case where the droughts have increased and also the frequency has increased, there will be limited access to water to meet the basic needs, and also for wash, for example, especially in the areas which are already getting water stressed, or even within where there are areas where water access is adequate today, but with time, for example, during the dry period, then all people have to depend on particular water sources, for example, piped water or maybe underground boreholes. So the access to water situation worsens with droughts. So also based on the lower Nile Basin projection, which we have seen that the temperature will increase, rainfall will decrease, and also runoff will decrease. The impact on floods and drought and access to water will be as follows. There will be limited floods because there will be reduction in precipitation. So there will be reduction on floods. So there will be also an increase in drought conditions. And in case drought conditions increase, then there will be increased reliance on the Nile, because in the Nile Basin, statistics show that within Egypt, about 95% of the people rely on the Nile for the water needs. So in case again the droughts increase, so the reliance on the Nile will increase, which will increase water scarcity in the area and also reduce access to wash facilities, because these are directly dependent on availability of water. And also in such a case, there will be an increase in conflicts with the other upstream countries. For example, of recent, you have been seeing conflicts. I think up to now they're still going on between Ethiopia and Egypt and Sudan over the Rwanda Dam, where the Egyptians are saying the dam is, they fear it's going to encroach on their water security, but also the Ethiopians are saying they have to survive, they have to utilize the water resources to improve the socioeconomic status of the country. So such cases are going to worsen in the future when the downstream countries are entirely relying on the Nile with the reduction in precipitation. So in such an event, what should we do? Should we just look on and say what come may, or what should we do? Of course, climate change has come. So we have to look at ways how shall we survive. So the first thing we have to look at is climate change mitigation. And by mitigation here we mean putting in place measures which can reduce or otherwise eliminate climate change. And this could be include, there are a number of measures. We could have cleaner production. Of course, what I have to explain that of climate change is occurring due to increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide, methane, chlorofluorescent. There are a number of them, water vapor. So to mitigate climate change, first of all, we have to look at ways which which reduce the emission of such gases to the atmosphere. And such measures can include looking for cleaner production methods which reduce emission of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, but also you have to conserve the environment and also restore the degraded environment. But in case climate change is already there, and already the projections by the IPCC are showing that given the current concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, it's not possible to entirely remove them from the atmosphere. So what we have to look at is how do we adapt to the existing climate. So there are a number of mitigation measures which have been adopted by the UN, which could be ecosystem-based, community-based, institutional-based, and some of the measures could include increasing on harvesting water, for example, rainwater, and also runoff through valley dams, recycling water, or reusing the water. We can also do a lifestyle change to evaluate the amount of water we use. We can also undertake or adopt water-saving agriculture techniques through, for example, drip irrigation. You can also do capacity building, especially for the scientists and journalists and others. Also, you can do public awareness, especially the journalists use this now. This is an important role you give to the community when you make them aware of what should be done and how it should be done. So in the last slide, showing just two scenarios where you have, in one place you have drought, and after drought you have a flood occurring concurrently in the same area. So thank you for listening. That's what I had for you. Hello?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. Again, I think Geoffrey's mic is muted. But thank you so much. We've been able to learn from your presentation of what is happening in the region. Over to you, Geoffrey.
Thank you so much, Were. So our next speaker is Annika McGuinness. Annika McGuinness is a multimedia journalist and media development specialist from the US, based in Uganda. With Africa Water Journalists, she is the co-founder of InfoNile.org, a journalism platform and journalists network focused on database stories on water and environment in the 11 countries of the Nile Basin. She has reported for Reuters, USA Today, and McClatchy newspapers, and she's a Civicus goalkeeper, Pulitzer Center, and National Geographic Society grantee, and former Global Health Core Fellow. She has also worked with the Media Challenge Initiative, a youth-driven organization training young journalists in Uganda. Her stories have won awards in the Uganda Wash Media Awards, Africa Digital Media Awards, and others. Annika will be presenting, she will showcase InfoNile's interactive map project, water scarcity data and rainfall runoff projections, some relevant research and the role of the media in ensuring the most affected areas are prepared. Over to you, Annika.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Annika, we can hear you, but I think you have some echo.
Hello?
Yes, Annika, go ahead. Hello, Annika. Hello, Annika. We can hear you. Please go ahead. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Hello, Annika. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead, Annika. We can hear you. Hello, Anika. Hello, Anika. Hello, Geoffrey.
Yes, yes.
Are you able to
Hello,
hear?
can you hear me?
Yes, Anika, we can hear you. You go ahead. I'm wondering why Anika cannot hear us, but we can hear her.
Hello, Jeffrey. Okay, you can hear me.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I can hear
Sorry,
you.
I think I had Zoom on 2 devices, so it was giving me feedback from the other device. But thank you, Jeffrey, and I hope everyone can see my screen. Just briefly take us through InfoNile, which you know, and then get into the map project that we worked on, which relates to David's research. So we are a cross-border group of geojournalists, which means we work on things like maps and using geotechnologies to tell stories. And we report on water issues in the 11 countries of the Nile Basin through database multimedia storytelling. And we're a project of Water Journalists Africa, which is run by Frederick Mujira. So I won't go into this as David already covered the background of the Nile Basin, but I'll go straight into the projects that we did. So we started our COVID project looking at vulnerability to COVID-19 in the Nile River Basin. And in the beginning, we looked at several indicators that contribute to vulnerability. Jeffrey, tell me if you can still see my screen on the web page.
Yeah,
it's
visible. I can see it.
I can't hear you, Jeffrey.
I can see it.
Okay, I think you can see this now.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's visible.
So this was a story map that we created looking at several indicators of vulnerability in the Nile River Basin to COVID-19. So this map shows the aggregate vulnerability with a darker red color, meaning the country is more vulnerable to COVID-19 based on the analysis that we did. We looked at poverty data, population density, hand washing practices, water accessibility, HIV rate, and population age 65 years and above. Those are the indicators we looked at, as they're all indicators that are shown to make communities more vulnerable to COVID-19. And then we did a vulnerability analysis. So if you scroll through the story map, you can see that we created separate maps per indicator. Like this is the percentage of HIV prevalence per country. And you can click on the country and see the prevalence, with the darker countries more vulnerable and the lighter countries less vulnerable in terms of that indicator. So this is showing you the percentage of the population above 65 years. This map is showing poverty. This map is showing access to water. And this one is showing you population density. This one is showing hand washing rates. And then this is the overall vulnerability. So we did this only on a country level, which of course doesn't show you differences within countries, which you know is very important. So after reporting on this story, we decided to focus in on water scarcity. So let me reshare my screen. Okay, so we decided to focus on water scarcity, as we know that access to water, especially for hygiene and sanitation, is so important in the COVID-19 pandemic around the world. So we wanted to look at both the challenges and also the solutions to bringing communities access to water during COVID-19. So we supported 32 journalists coming from 9 Nile Basin countries, and most of the journalists worked in pairs as one newspaper, or TV, or online journalist, working with a local radio journalist who were often reporting in local languages to try to reach wider audiences. And then we worked on an interactive map using both water access and climate change data. Because as we were reporting this project, we started out looking at different areas that had less access or more access to water. And then we saw that there was a lot happening in terms of climate change during the lockdown period. For example, Lake Victoria rose to its highest level in the 60-year record, and thousands of people were displaced. Now, this was not a, traditional WASH issue, but as we know, as from David's presentation, climate change and especially increasing disasters such as droughts and floods can really impact people's access to water and sanitation services. So we ended up reporting several stories looking at the flooding and how climate change disasters were also affecting water scarcity. And we looked at some research as background. For example, there's a new study this year which talks about how even though the Nile Basin is expected to receive more rainfall due to climate change, basically due to population increases and more frequent extreme weather, more people are expected to become water stressed. So right now, about 10% of the population faces water scarcity, but then by 2040, this could reach up to 35% due to these factors. And this research also looked at the flooding in Khartoum, Sudan, which we've been seeing over the past couple of months. And it talked about how this flooding is due to the vulnerability of the city to flooding, basically because the city grew as the confluence of two rivers. It's a very fertile plain for agriculture. So a lot of people moved to the city, however, without a proper urban plan to prevent flooding. So because a lot of the most recent communities grew along the river banks, which used to be farms, they're quite vulnerable to floods. When we combine this with the increasing rainfall, this is why we're seeing a lot of the destruction in Khartoum due to flooding. So some researchers are now using geospatial data to establish the susceptibility of each part of Khartoum to floods to help people to prevent and plan in the future. And there was also another report that actually just came out this week linking WASH issues to climate change. And they talked about how climate change threatens to increase our WASH challenges, especially due to disasters like cyclones, heavy rainfall, and rising sea levels, which can cause damage to weak sanitation infrastructure or even displace people from their houses and completely take them away from the sanitation infrastructure that they had. And it also found that many of the countries that are most vulnerable to climate change also have some of the lowest levels of access to sanitation. They did an analysis of the climate finance, which showed that money for water sanitation and hygiene adaptation only accounts for about 1.6% of the total climate finance. And the 10 countries with the lowest access to water get on average only 84 US cents per person, which is less than $1 per year to help tackle the impacts of climate change on their water services. So they found that the international community and climate finance is not prioritizing this as an issue. So what we did is we visualized data on both access to water and then climate change, and not all aspects of climate change, but focusing on rainfall and runoff changes. So I'm just going to take you through the map. We looked at access to an improved water source data, and this data came from the demographic and health surveys and the multiple indicator cluster surveys. Now, we couldn't find data from the same year from every country because the surveys were conducted in different years. So most of them are between 2014 to 2019, and we are aware that this is a weakness to the map, the lack of data in some countries, which is more recent. However, we got the most recent data that we could find for every country. So this looks at an improved water source access, and that is defined as either piped water, protected wells, springs, or boreholes, rainwater collection, and bottled water. So you see the percentage here on the side. If there's a 0 to 39% prevalence of people who have access to an improved water source, the color will be lighter. And then when they have a higher access to improved water source, the color is darker. So we can see, like Egypt, almost all people have access to an improved water source. Unimproved water sources can include unprotected wells and springs, carts with a small tank or drum, tanker trucks, surface water, and bottled water. So I'm going to stop sharing the presentation and go directly to the map. I think I have to reshare my screen. Geoffrey, can you see this? Yes.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the map, and it's just a demo. We've actually just published this today. It still has a lot of changes to be made, but we wanted to show you what we have so far. So when you go to the map, you see the title, and then you see two options. There's the rainfall and flooding map, and there's the water accessibility map. So when we go to the water accessibility map, this is where you can see the data on access to an improved water source per sub-community, per country in the Nile Basin. And then here in the charts section, you can see all of the different sub-regions and their percentage of access to an improved water source. You can compare them. And then when you click on actual one particular sub-region, you can get the number, the percentage who had access to an improved water source. Then the other thing with this map is we mapped the stories that we did in the COVID-19 water scarcity project. So when you click on the stories tab, and then in the bottom left-hand corner, you can click on stories, and then you see where are the stories. You can zoom in and then click on a story, the location that it takes place. So this is basically the theory of geojournalism, to bring together maps and data with stories. And so these are some of the stories you can see in Addis Ababa. COVID-19 is both a challenge and an opportunity. That was reported by Mekonnen, the moderator for the last session. And go down and find ones from MESHA, from Rwanda, and the other journalists. So they're all mapped onto this map. Yes, now I go back to my other presentation. Okay, so then the second aspect of data that we mapped were rainfall trends and runoff trends. And we looked at both historical and projected data so that we could see how these trends are expected to change due to climate change. We got the data from the Flood and Drought Monitor, which is a project by UNEP, DHI, and the International Water Association. And we looked at data starting from year 2000, which was the earliest they had available. And then we looked at the climate change projections from 2020 up to 2035. And those were based on a hydrological model, which allows the user in this portal to run, calibrate, and execute forecasted and projected simulations based on the data in the portal. And we want to emphasize that this climate change projections data is actually a stabilization scenario. It's not an extreme scenario. It actually assumes there will be only a moderate temperature increase of 1.8 degrees by year 2100 by countries and basically the world undertaking a range of strategies to reduce emissions. So it's not the lowest level, which assumes that we become, a totally eco-friendly society, but it does assume a range of strategies have been taken. And then I'll present the runoff before I show you the map. The runoff is basically, if you don't know what it is, it's the draining away of water from the surface of an area of land or a building. So runoff can also contribute to flooding. We've seen, for example, in the 4 regions bordering Lake Victoria, we did an analysis and found out that the runoff had increased 575% in the last 4 months of 2019 when you compare that to the same period in 2018. So that is the reason for a lot of flooding in Lake Victoria, a lot of runoff coming into the rivers that are leading into the lake. And this has risen both due to the heavy rainfall, but that combines with urbanization and agriculture. Because as humans convert land which naturally absorbs water, like forests and wetlands, to cities or farms, the water is not absorbed into the ground, and instead it runs off into the rivers and the lake and the streams and the lakes, which eventually can lead to flooding. So we also mapped this data on the map. So I think I need to stop sharing and then reshare the map. So if you go back to the map, and then you see we're on improved water source, we change it to, we change the map to rainfall and flooding. Okay, then you can see at the bottom At the bottom of the screen, we have a slider where you can see the different years. So these years from 2000 to 2020, as you scroll over the slider, you see that the data changes within the map. So you can see how much rainfall there was in a particular sub-region in a particular year. When you get up to year 2020, now the color changes to gray. So as you go into the expected data, this is not necessarily reality, but this is what is expected under that climate change projection scenario. So you can scroll through and see how the subregions are expected to change. Then if you click on our subregion, like this is the Kidiapo subregion. Let me see. Okay, I think this chart is not showing up, but when you click on a subregion, you're supposed to get a particular chart for that region, which shows how it's expected to change. So it's something we're still working on technically. Now, when you click on this tab, rainfall changes, the percentage, you can see how the rainfall is expected to change in a snapshot. So you can see the red areas, rainfall is expected to decrease in the next 16 years due to climate change. And then in the green areas, it's expected to increase. So we see a lot of increases around Lake Victoria and then decreases more in South Sudan and parts of Sudan and Egypt. So it's an easy way to see the changes. And you can switch also to runoff and you get the same analysis basically. So we can scroll over the different years to see how runoff has changed over the years or how it's expected to change. Or you can click on the runoff changes percentage to get that aggregate, very easy to see data where we see that runoff is expected to increase significantly around Lake Victoria, which of course we've seen with the flooding of the lake in the past couple of months. So yes, and then you can go to the About tab and find out more about the project and then about the data sources that we actually worked with and get more information on that. Okay. I'm almost done. I'm just showing you one last visualization that we worked on based on this data, working with Code for Africa. So we wanted to look specifically at Lake Victoria Basin and the flooding of Lake Victoria. So we did an analysis based on the rainfall and runoff data. And I hope this is going to load. Yeah, so this is where we can see the historic and the projected rainfall in Lake Victoria. And we basically found that the Lake Victoria Basin is projected to experience a much shorter, drier period. Historical records indicate rainfall peaks in May and November, but projected records show the rainfall peaking in May and October. And then October to February is expected to experience higher rainfall levels compared to historic levels. So you can see that in this chart where before we had 2 major rainfall peaks and then it would drop down significantly. And then now the projected, we still have 2 peaks, but then even in the meantime, we still see more rainfall than before. And then we also looked at the runoff data, and between 2026, 2029, the Lake Victoria Basin is projected to experience the highest runoff since 2001. So it's projected to increase 136% between 2020 to 2035. And we looked at that also visually, where you can really see the increase in projected runoff. So this is just another way that you can actually use data. So even if you create a map which shows the whole basin, you can do, a regional analysis of that data, and you can combine it with your own analysis and your own storytelling, and do some basic data analysis and visualization to give more life to the data and the science in your story. So this story map was actually created on Flourish, which is a free app. It's a free data visualization online app where you can create all kinds of visualizations. So you can also create something like this. So I just want to end there, and I'll send you the link to the map. Feel free to please give us your feedback. This is still a demo project, so we'd love to get your feedback before we finalize it. Thank you, Geoffrey, for the time to share.
Yes, Anika, thank
Thank you so much for that very interesting presentation. Yeah, so Our next speaker is Have Mukulu. Mukulu Bulotwa Have is a journalist and blogger by profession, novelist and script writer by passion, reporter for 10 years. He is currently a journalist at the Voice of the Catholic University of Graben in Butembo, a city in the province of North Kivu, in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. For the past 5 years, he has been specializing in agricultural, environmental, and health journalism for radio, print, and web, media, and blogs. Our work crowned by 2 awards. He's the winner of the World Bank Blog for Development 2019 competition, first edition, and third winner of the first edition of the Environmental Journalism competition, Journalism for it 2019. Harvey, he will give us a 5-minute presentation highlighting his story focused on water scarcity in Butembo, DRC, partly due to varying fees being charged by NGO water projects. Welcome, Harvey. Harvey?
Hello again. Probably we may need to unmute Harvey if he's there. He could have gone off probably.
Hello.
But so what? Yeah.
Simon,
so
are you
I
able to
think...
see him? Simon, are you able to see him?
Not yet.
Okay, so I suggest that we go to the next one. Geoffrey, you could take us to the next one as Harvey comes back.
Fred and Geoffrey, may I just ask you?
Okay, so
Geoffrey, Kamadi.
Yes.
I do not know how much more. Yeah, because you have 30 minutes to go. Is that adequate?
Yes, it is adequate.
Yeah, I believe that,
make sure we finish.
Okay.
Yeah, so our next speaker is going to be Samuel Munia. Samuel Munia is an accomplished award-winning Kenyan multimedia journalist and a filmmaker, currently working with Africa Uncensored in production of in-depth and investigative audiovisual content for Kenya, Africa, and the world. His accolades include Overall Journalist of the Year Award twice in 2017 and 2019 by the Media Council of Kenya, Trace Investigative Reporting Winner 2019, Global Investigative Reporting 2019, and Best Documentary Reporting at the Kalasha International Film Festival, first runners-up in 2018. He holds a Bachelor's of Science in Communication and Journalism from Moi University and a diploma in film and television production from the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. He has a passion for in-depth environmental stories, working on features and documentaries that impact positively to society. So Sam will give us his 5-minute presentation highlighting his story focused on water scarcity and water cartels in Kenya slums. Karibu Sam.
Asante sana. Thank you, Geoffrey. As is rightly put, my name is Sam, and we work with Africa Uncensored. And this time we got an opportunity to partner with InfoNile, and it was great honor and privilege. So our story, we collaborated with a lady called Cynthia Gishiri, Nakuru-based, who works with Radio Yetu. And our story was Hydro Quagmire. Hydro Quagmire is a story that focuses on the slum people, slum population that lives in Mathare. Nairobi is a growing city, and a never-growing city has increased demand on water demand, and therefore, with less supply that's supposed to have been done like 20 years ago, the increased demand has now created a lot of challenges. And now water cartels have taken over, and they are taking advantage of the ever-increasing population in these slums. Nairobi has a population of 5 million people, and more than half of the population lives in these slums. So when we went to Mathare, it was during this lockdown period, and these people who live in these slums, most of them are casual laborers, and they had lost their jobs. Some of them who work at night because of the lockdown and the curfews, they were unable to do their job, and they had lost the job completely. So basic things like water, wearing of face masks, jobless people could not have afforded this. Even despite the government announcing that there is free water that will be distributed in those areas, we found out when we went on location that people are not getting that water. It was really a big challenge. And the biggest, the one thing that we need to highlight here is about the water cartels, both from upstream and downstream. Nairobi is dependent on water that comes from the Aberdare ranges, the Aberdare ecosystem. And you'll find that there is a lot of illegal abstraction upstream. And still, when it comes to downstream, here in Nairobi, where people are heavily relying on that water, it's really a big challenge here. People are not getting water, and their illegal cartels have been taking advantage of this population. The bigger the population, the better the opportunity to make money. Well, the government has been announcing about social distances, wearing of face masks. These people in the slums cannot maintain social distances. These places are clamped together, and they are unable to social distance. And the people who are hungry cannot adhere to these rules, because one thing, there is poverty. Secondly, there is a lot of there are no spaces there. Again, another thing that we found there is sanitation. These people who live in these slums are geographically placed under the wetlands, closer to the rivers. These rivers usually discharge a lot of dirty water. So as we talk about COVID, these people who live in these slums are are living in bad conditions, such that when we talk about airborne diseases and waterborne diseases, the Ministry of Health statistics indicate that all these people who live in the slums the numbers are very high. And you've seen that COVID is taking advantage of the people who have pre-existing conditions. So these people are exposed, and it's really a time bomb. If the numbers still continue to go high as it has been indicated, it will really pose a great challenge to this city, which has more than half of the population living in these slums. So just because of time, I'll just say some few points here. So overall, what do we need to do? Is to dismantle these cartels, whether upstream and downstream, overhaul the system, and stop having this multiplication of roles. You'll have national government, county government, some other water bodies. Everywhere there are water bodies trying to do something about water. Another one, we have to embrace proper water management and conservation, such as recycling. You'll find that even in Nairobi, the most privileged people have a lot of car wash businesses everywhere, and they use tap water. While the larger population is not even getting water, it's really that need to be considered. Again, the protection of water towers need to be embraced, because these ideas of increasing irrigation in these areas, because in Kenya we need to have there is a vision 2030 that is supposed to empower the population in terms of agriculture. So there is heavy demand in terms of construction of dams and being able to supply water, fresh water. Again, these counties that hold the Aberdares, like the 4 counties, which are Nyeri, Murang'a, Kiambu, and Nyandarua, about 30% of people, it's only about 30% who have access to water, fresh water. This creates a looming war or conflict between those people living there and Nairobi, which has a deficit of more than half in terms of water supply versus the demand, because there's a plan to increase the water harvesting in urban areas, while the same counties are increasing their water demand to a higher level so that they can be able to do all those activities. Another one is proper management. Like I've highlighted, we need to recycle water, we need to harvest water, and also, lastly, we need to avoid populist politics in Africa, where politicians are taking advantage of the people, and they have been lying to people, using people and dumping them for their own agendas. Again, we also need to embrace in-depth journalism, not just highlighting what the politicians are saying because they lie and what is on the ground is very bad. And lastly, we also have to embrace that adaptation to climate change and also collaborative duties such as this that we had with InfoNile, and I'm very thankful and for that and the training that we had on data journalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was a very, very good job that you did. So our next speaker will be Sarah Mawerere. Sarah Mawerere is a broadcast journalist working at Uganda Broadcasting Corporation as radio content producer. She also hosts two Uganda Broadcasting Corporation radio shows on women, agriculture, and rural development. More still, she on occasion reports news and writes features on environmental conservation. So Sarah will talk about her story, highlighting that focused on flooding of Lake Victoria. Welcome, Sarah.
Well, thank you very much. And can I say good afternoon?
Sure.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, the way you pronounce my name, I'm Sarah Mawerere. I work at UBC, which is Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. But on occasions, I do write and contribute stories to so many other outlets. I'm talking about flooding of Lake Victoria that happened a few months ago amid tight lockdown and the tight COVID-19 pandemic. So this story was done by the two of us, me and my colleague, Noah Omuya, and it was published in one of the online founded by Noah Omuya himself, which is called the ICA Communications. It is a multimedia story, a multimedia piece. So my energy was mainly put on the radio because I do, most of the time I do radio, and I do radio, I've done radio for quite some time, for many years. So to talk about climate change, which is a factor bringing about the flooding at Lake Victoria. And this was very terrible because this is the second time in over 30 years that Uganda, for example, experienced such flooding that made Lake Victoria to swell, a lot of water to flood areas, causing a lot of havoc, destroying property, disrupting business, as you will see. So me and Omuya actually did this story, a multimedia piece, and we visited two sites along Lake Victoria. This is Gaba landing site and Luzira Port Bell landing site in Uganda and in Kampala. These two landing sites were affected. And during our investigations, we came to find out that it is because of climate change that has caused this. As we know, climate change is as a result of human factor that encroach on the environment. And actually, for the case of Lake Victoria flooding, it happened because so many people, communities have encroached on the shoreline of Lake Victoria. So when they encroached, they went nearer the lake, destroying its boundaries, settling within its shoreline, within the boundaries of Lake Victoria for many years. And it's not the first time, according to our investigations, that Lake Victoria is swelling this side of Uganda. So we focused on that, looking at the pandemic, because this happened, too much flooding happened during COVID-19, and it was within the tight lockdown of COVID-19. So the communities that were affected more because during this pandemic, a lot of business was paralyzed. Most of these communities are people who depend on fishing for their livelihood, but also engage in other businesses like selling food, vegetables, and so many other people, so many people have settled there. They have permanent structures there. So during the tight lockdown of COVID-19, there was no transport. Transport was paralyzed. When it comes to hygiene and sanitation, people were affected because some of the communities that were surrounding these areas are poor people with semi-permanent structures with pit latrines. So when flooding came and swept away the infrastructure, destroyed property, so the toilets or pit latrines were also swept away. So you know what it means. So these people were at risk of contracting disease. Hygiene and sanitation was too poor. Then these people were affected that to the extent that the authority stopped people from carrying out their day-to-day activities of fishing, bringing in food from across other regions like from Kenya, from the islands of Lake Victoria. So people were not using the lake. The water was too full and risky for the people to sail on, to use the water. So this is our story, and that is where we focused mainly. But to talk a bit about our findings. About our findings in this story, one, that people are just adamant because the authority have tried to educate some people, though the authorities are not so aggressive to enforce laws and to predict the conditions or the weather and the climate change. Though climate change takes place after a long time of like 30 years and more, signs are always there. And people know that maybe this time, if you go to the locals and they tried to investigate, to ask them, they will tell you, this is the second time or the first time, some of them who are a bit young, that the first time that the flooding is taking place to this tune, to this magnitude. But still there are signs that some flooding has been taking place. A sign for the authority maybe to enforce and to put a measure, strict and serious measures in place, because the magnitude of destruction was too much. Two, we found out that actually I said enforcement is weak. Then three, we can say that there is need for consistent reporting about these issues so that people are made aware, policymakers can talk about it and maybe enact laws, talk of policies that can seriously prohibit people from encroaching on the shoreline, so that it may be in the future we don't experience, or people, the country does not experience such a magnitude. Then we also found that what was maybe another cause of this flooding, what was the cause of the flooding? Yes, we talked about climate change as a result of people settling near the lake. So when the waters were too much in the lake, and this the rain that maybe it was because of the rain, too much rain within the region of East Africa. So the tributaries of Lake Victoria, including the small streams and rivers from Burundi, Kigali, Tanzania, and all other countries, were all pouring the water into Lake Victoria, making it to swell. So when it came to too much water, of course, the lake had to find its own way. And in this, it reclaims its boundaries, which boundaries or shoreline that the communities had settled in. I'm sorry for the background noise. It is threatening to rain and starting to rain. And there's somebody who was rolling something there, but I think I'm audible, it can be heard. I'm summarizing. So that is it about the flooding and the climate change. So Gaba and Port Bell, these are areas that are prone to such problems or challenges whenever they occur, whenever they do happen. So, and COVID-19 has affected. So as we speak now, still the authorities are saying that they are encouraging communities to voluntarily migrate or be evacuated from these areas. But as we look around, so many other people have come back to reclaim their areas, which is still very dangerous. So climate change, and as a result of too much rain in the Lake Victoria, is likely maybe to happen in the near future or after some time if interventions are not seriously put in place. This was a multimedia piece, so I think maybe you'll have time to look at it, maybe, because it was published online. It went on the radio, UBC, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and we feel that it created some impact to some extent. That the local languages that we engage to talk about, to educate the people about the bad of them settling in such dangerous places, got feedback. And in this feedback, we see that some of them are fearing, some people are fearing to go back, though some people are saying we have nowhere to go, they have gone back to the area. So this story was produced in partnership with InfoNile, with support from Code for Africa and funding from the Pulitzer Center and the National Geographical Society. I beg to end there.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. We are not able to get Hervé from DRC. His line is poor. We tried connecting to him and we were not able to get him. So Anika has just shared in the chat room where you guys can find his story. His story was published by his local media house, and then later we published it on InfoNile in English and French. But originally his story is in French. He works and he writes in French. Harvey is a Congolese journalist, award-winning journalist. He's done a perfect story. We thought he would be around to tell his story, but we are not able to get him because of the connection issues. I will now go back to Geoffrey, who will take us through the session for discussion and questions as we end. We want to end this exactly at 1 because I've been informed by Agan and the MESHA team that the person, our guest of honor that will close this function will be in at exactly 1. Yeah, over to you, Geoffrey. Hello, Jeffrey. Again, probably someone may need to unmute Jeffrey.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a few questions to ask the panelists. But first, I'd like to ask a question that has been asked in the chat, in the chat section by Dixon Odhiambo, who is asking David Were, is there something that can be done to some of these treaties that affect the effective use of Nile water by a number of African countries? David? David?
Geoffrey, I see David is on call. Probably he hasn't had your question.
Okay, it's okay. Then perhaps we can have the journalists speak about the biggest challenges to water scarcity that they have researched on, and how they overcame some of these challenges. Maybe Munia will go first.
First, thanks a lot. One of the challenges we faced while working on this story, the hydro quagmire, is the protocols. You have microphones, you want to mic someone, you have to observe social distances. So so in that context, we looked for sanitizers that you can spray, so that when you're done, you clean your stuff, so that you don't also get accused of spreading COVID from one of your interviews to another. I think another one is security. Right now, working in these areas called ghetto or the slums, people there are very poor, and now most guys lost their jobs during this time. And as highlighted, there's a lot of insecurity there. So if you don't have good sources or good fixers on the ground, you might end up losing even equipment to hungry people.
Okay. Sarah, do you have anything to share about the challenges that you faced doing your story?
Challenges about water scarcity?
Challenges about the story, the research into your story that you did. What were some of the difficulties that you faced in doing that story?
Number one difficulty was accessibility. We did this story during COVID-19 lockdown, and much as we could maybe utilize some of the transport that we could access, it was prohibited. We couldn't use the transport. Yeah, so to some extent we were walking even there. We could not even use boda, the quickest means in the outskirts of Kampala to transport. Boda meaning the motorcycles, the local motorcycles that take people around. Number two, I think another challenge was the resource envelope. The money, the grant was small. It was not adequate. Let me not say that it is small. It could still enable us to do the story, but the grant was not adequate enough to do it. Secondly, when we went to that place, we saw that some people were not in a good mood to talk to us. Some of them could say, you journalists, there is nothing you are going to do for us. Now government is chasing us away, things of the sort. Yeah, so these are some of the challenges we faced when we were doing this story. Communication, yeah, connecting to the places, canvassing through from this site to another site, amid this tight transport lockdown was not easy.
Okay, thank you so much. So I don't know whether David can hear me now. There was a question asked by.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so one of there's a question being asked by Dixon Odhiambo. He says, is there something that can be done to some of these treaties that affect the effective use of Nile water by a number of African countries?
Yeah, something which can be done to, like, to assure equitable access to the water of the Nile Basin. Is that the question?
The question is there something that can be done to some of these treaties? I think these are the treaties that were signed, I think, by the colonial government and I think Egypt on the use of Nile water. So he's asking whether something can be done to some of these treaties that affect the effective use of Nile water by a number of African countries. Is there anything that can be done?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Is a very interesting question in the Nile Basin. Yeah, of course, these treaties were signed, of course, the first one around 1929 between Egypt, Sudan, and the British colonial government, without including the upstream countries, including Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and the downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan, always rely on these treaties. So the upstream countries felt this was unfair to them, especially access to the Nile water. So they have tried a number of engagements to include these countries, Egypt and Sudan. And the Nile Basin Initiative actually was put to help solve these issues by bringing the Nile Basin countries, including Egypt and Sudan. And there was a proposal that the Nile Basin countries can sit together on the table and revise these colonial agreements such that the access to the water in the Nile can be revised. But at this time, Egypt and Sudan have not yet agreed to come to the table and sign or agree with the other countries on how they can see the reallocation of the water to the other countries in the upstream area. So the engagements are still going on to ensure that these countries come on board. But as per now, they haven't yet, Egypt and Sudan haven't yet come on board, but they are being engaged. As you can see with the Rwanda Dam in Ethiopia, Egypt and Sudan have completely rejected it. Of course, the Ethiopians are saying that they have no intention of harming the water rights of Sudan and Ethiopia, but still, Sudan and Egypt, but still an agreement has not yet reached. But the Nile Basin Initiative is thinking to bring the interests of all countries upstream and downstream in the allocation of the Nile water. So that's the only initiative which is there to solve such issues of access to the water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, David. Perhaps Annika can come in and talk a little bit more about the interactive map that she presented on. And for those who do not know, how have you been able to get feedback on how that map is being used, and perhaps also talk about who exactly is it targeted at?
Yes, Geoffrey, thank you so much. Also, probably before Anika comes in, I also think she can go ahead and tell us the importance. Why would we as journalists use this kind of style to tell stories? The importance of this kind of style things. We've been doing this at InfoNile and Water Journalists for several years, and we have had amazing, feedback, advantages. So I would like her to take us through the importance of telling stories using this kind of technique, and also why media houses in the region, for example, are not able to do this. I know we did a study, a baseline survey of the media houses, and so not so many new media houses are able to use data or tell stories this way. So Anika, please, you can go ahead and talk about these things.
Okay. Thanks so much, Geoffrey and Fred. I think to your first question, Geoffrey, about how did we come up with this map, it was really a joint effort between the whole InfoNile team, which also includes environmental scientists and communicators, Code for Africa, which is a data journalism expert organization on the continent. And then we also worked with some GIS experts at Makerere University to really come up with the data sources and help us to visualize the data. So we wanted to make the data accessible to the normal person. So not just, left in scientific reports or on data portals, but find some way for someone to be able to go to that map and see, okay, this is what I observe in my community. This can even be for some of the journalists that we work with. They're seeing water scarcity issues in their community, where they're seeing rainfall increases or they're seeing flooding. So now you can go to a map, you can see how does your community compare to other communities in the country or maybe even the whole region, and how is it expected to change. So it can be a source for stories. You can look at maybe your area and how climate change is expected to change it in the future, and how it's already faring with access to water. It can be a source of stories. It can be information for students who are doing research, or even just for the general public. So it's still a work in progress, but ideally it's a way for the normal person and for journalists to get information, scientific information and database information, and tie it to stories and tie it to the local context. I think as InfoNile, we believe in the power of maps to really see overall trends and to see the science in a way that's relatable to your life and your community. So as I said, you can compare your community to the country, to the region. It puts the science into context, and it also allows you to see the broader trends, to understand what's happening locally and what's happening in a broader sense. We found that a lot of media houses everywhere, they fear maps a bit. It's partly due to this belief that you need to have a lot of technical GIS skills to do really high quality maps. But what we want to emphasize is that none of us on our team are actually GIS experts, although sometimes we work with GIS people, but we've been able to create maps ourselves using these free online tools like Data Wrapper and Flourish. You can actually, if you have some small data set which is geotagged or has coordinates, you can actually upload it to these free sites and create those kind of heat maps or symbol maps, all kinds of maps. It's really, really accessible now to all journalists to create simple maps. So I just share a couple of links maybe to those resources, but yeah, thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you so much. You said the name of that app is Flourish, right?
Yes, one of them is Flourish, and then the other one is called Data Wrapper. I've just posted them.
Okay. Thank you so much, Annika. I think it's already 1 o'clock and we do not have time for any more questions. So I will hand over to Fred to
Geoffrey.
Yes.
I can give you 5 more minutes. Yes. I can give you 5 more minutes because I've seen Annika has put some things on the chat box, and then there's also a gentleman calling himself David Omurunga from a place called Nakuru. Maybe you could take that, and then maybe the next just 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. So David Omurunga from Nakuru in Kenya, he has a concern that water at some point in Kenya is a devolved function. The problem is saying that the problem is the provision of clean water, which is free from fluorine, that causes browning of teeth. Is a big challenge. What can be done, because it has health implications? David Omurunga is a journalist with Milele FM Radio Nakuru. Yeah, so he's concerned about the fluorine in water. So I think this question is directed to David.
Hello?
Hello, David?
Yes?
Yeah, I wonder whether you heard the question from one of the the listeners. David?
You are asking about the too much water,
Hello.
too much chlorine in.
Yeah, in water, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a common occurrence in the water supply systems in the developing countries, because usually along the supply system, there are always linkages and cross contamination within the system. So what the water supply managers do, they do recoordination at particular reservoir storage points, such that by the time the water reaches the final consumer, the chlorine is still there in active form. The use of chlorine there is to kill microorganisms in water. So, but if they do chlorination from the source, by the time the water reaches the final consumer, due to cross-contamination along the supply system, the chlorine has shortened, so it cannot be able to kill the microorganisms or the pathogens in the water. So what they do recoordination at a particular reservoir points. But at the end of the time, the water reaches the final consumer, depending on the location of the consumer, then the chlorine is still high. And this is a common occurrence, but also high chlorine in water has some risks. For example, it's related with sneezing, tightness in the chest, weak cough, increased dryness in the throat, and some irritation in the nose. So these are common occurrences in many, including Uganda and many African countries, including Uganda, and I think other developing countries, for example, in Asia and South America.
Thank you so much for that information on chlorine. However, the journalist was asking about fluorine, not chlorine. But it's also good that you gave us fluorine.
Yeah, okay.
The contamination.
Okay. So that's also fluorine. So fluorine is more occurring, especially in the Rift Valley areas. For example, here in Kenya, it would be around Nakuru, Naivasha, maybe in Turkana is also a Rift Valley lake. It's a common occurrence. It's a common mineral in those areas. So the treatment process, when they are treating water for supply, fluorine, the fluoride content is supposed to be reduced before it is supplied. And I think those ones who come from Kenya, you can observe that most people who come from the Rift Valley areas, you can see the teeth, they have some marking like a brownish. Is this true? Have you observed this?
Yeah, actually that's the concern of this particular listener.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so actually that is the cause of a high fluoride content in the water. So the treatment process, if it is effective, it's supposed to reduce the fluoride content before it is supplied. But this is a common occurrence. The fluorides occur, they have a high concentration within the Rift Valley area. They occur during when the lakes were being formed through the tectonic forces which moved the plates. So the fluoride contents along that Rift Valley, right from Ethiopia through Uganda to Kenya, they are common.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. So I will ask, I don't know whether again we have more time or we need to wrap up.
Please wrap up. Again? 1 minute. 1 minute to wrap up. Say your final thank you and your final clever thoughts to fellow journalists from Africa. And also tell us a little bit, Geoffrey, we are not going to let you go. We are not going to let you go before you tell us how you won the $10,000 US and how others can ensure that they get it as well. I know my 10% is there, but please also tell others how what is it that you've done to get a whole $10,000 US?
Okay. So I wish it was $10,000. It was half of that actually. So when you are doing your story, you just need to pour your soul into that project that you are doing. that way you also enjoy writing that story. The best stories are the stories that you enjoy doing. So you pour your soul into it, and then also you read other people's stories. You know, as journalists, we don't read other people's stories. We just read our stories once they get published. So journalists need to also read other people's stories. They will always learn something. So yeah, and you know, keep your eyes peeled for some of these opportunities. That's all I can say. Thank you. So this session, I will hand over to Fred and to tell us what's the way forward. Over to you, Fred. Fred?
Okay, so maybe you mute Fred. I think Fred is having some problems technically. And so can you just mute Fred, Simon? Is he muted? Geoffrey also, Kamari can mute yourself. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I've listened to stories of courage, and as Kamadi has told us, that pour your soul into your story. And I think, Kamadi, the other thing that you've said, not that people did not hear, just as a matter of emphasis, is that read other people's stories. But Kamadi, allow me also to add that also read your own stories. Also read your own stories. After somebody has edited your story, you need to start working hard if at all your story has been edited in a way that when you look at it, you cannot recognize it. When your intro is still on the 10th paragraph and you are not learning from story after story, then you need to, just even go back to the basics of journalism. If important things still do not happen in your story, and every time an editor has to work on your story, please do something about it. We have mentorship that we do for journalists for 6 months. Others like Geoffrey are also willing to help you, how do you write that intro that can really, sell you, that can really, take you into the place that you want to be. And I also believe that journalism is not about winning awards, but winning awards is a very, very important thing in your career. And so it is something that whether you win or not, do not be discouraged. But if you tell stories that touch people's lives, that is where to go. And it's been 4 days, ladies and gentlemen. We must actually be tired. But when I see there are over 70 people still on this call, then it tells me that issues of science journalism are things that really matter to us. People who didn't come for the first, second, third day, I know you did not come, not because you don't like the conference, but you must have been very busy elsewhere, and rightly so. And so we will share with you all, and as we've done, if you at all you registered, we've sent to you all the recordings and then the daily bulletins. We will send you all the daily bulletins in one file later today. And also we are going to send to you all the recordings in one file later today. Take your time to have a look at them, and also the presentations for this conference. We usually don't hold them for long. We will send them, all of them today. And then I also want to make an announcement that and I hope that InfoNile and the other partners are listening, that we are meeting again as science journalists next year. We are planning to have a small consultative conference for West African journalists, especially the Francophone, led by themselves. We will just try to see how we can facilitate by around June, July. In the month of November, we are going to do the East African Conference of Science Journalists, and it's going to be in Kisumu. So Simon, you can project for us the banner for the 2021 conference in Kisumu. And we are saying Kisumu is so close to Congo. It is also very close to Rwanda. It's also very close to Tanzania, and of course, Kenya and South Sudan. And so Kisumu is very accessible. And we want to have at least 100 science journalists in one room in that lakeside city. In 2022, we are going to have the fifth the fifth African Conference of Science Journalists, again in November. But I also want to say that for agriculture journalists in 2025, MESHA is going to host the International Federation of Agriculture Journalists. So these are key things that will keep ensuring that we are kept in the conversation. And I want to recognize the presence of our board members. I don't work alone. I work with a team that most of the time they work behind the scenes. I know Agatha Ngoldo is on this call. I know our patron Otula is on this call. I know Bozo Jenje from Mombasa is on this call. We recognize your work. Also, our coordinator, Clifford, is also on this call. Mildred Mugambi from the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, was a member of the organizing committee. We also recognize you, Mildred. We recognize our partners. We recognize our partners from the Francophone countries. You've been with us. About 10 to 15 have been very consistent, and that gives us a challenge on how we can maintain that. Today, I want to introduce a gentleman, and I do not know whether you can see him, Thomas. His name is Tabi. Tabi, if you are there, please try to talk because you are going to close in a short while.
Yes, I'm around.
Tabi.
I can hear everything
right.
Loud and clear. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Tabi. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Tabi, but before I do that, many years ago, about 10 years back, I found myself in a country called Norway. It was the most cold life. I had never imagined that the world could be that cold. But then this gentleman called Tabi told me to go and see him in a city called Or. And when I went there, Tabi gave me many things, but one of the things that I remember that he gave me was a pair of shoes that I still keep in my home. And that pair of shoes helped me to navigate the snow, because the snow was, I think, almost 30 centimeters thick or more. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tabi Chilongo. He is the Director, Center for Agricultural Research and Development at a university called Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Malawi. Tabi is going to close for us the conference. And one thing, Tabi, is that we've been talking about science journalism in Africa since Tuesday. And a lot of things have come out, and journalists have poured their hearts out about their work. And we are very proud of the science journalists from Africa. We hope that they are going to keep the fire burning, and it is a good work. And science journalism is still hard work in this part of the world. But I congratulate and celebrate my fellow science journalists. Dr. Tabi, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thanks, Agan, for that kind introduction. And in the interest of time, I would say all board members and all participants, all protocols observed. I think let me introduce myself a little bit further. Indeed, myself and the Agan, we have known each other since 2004. There are many stories. I think the others he has already told you just now. But I know Agan as somebody who is very passionate about the science journalism. I'm an agriculture economist by profession, but I also did development and resource economics, where Agan was finding me. I was doing my PhD in development and resource economy. So in short, I'm an economist who is specialized in so many branches of the economics. I've heard a lot about MESHA through Agan, and it has always been my wish to attend your meetings because I always read your bulletins, your newsletters, so I know a little bit more than about you than you know about me. But like this year, I was ready to attend the physical one, Agan knows, but because of the pandemic, I failed to attend. And I've heard him mentioning about the other meetings. It's my hope that by that time, things would have normalized. Therefore, I would love to attend physically. Indeed, I'm the director for the Center for Agricultural Research and Development at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Rwanda, formerly known as Bunda College. And this meeting is very relevant to us. Mind you, after some time, I might switch off the video because I have limited bandwidth. I don't want you to miss my speech, even a single word. And I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you very much. The host has stopped it. So, being from the Agricultural University, I see already there's also agriculture in the MESHA name. And of course, we are somewhere in between the hardcore scientists and the social scientists. So it's my pleasure to be invited to this meeting to make these closing remarks. As I said at the beginning, I wish I had attended all the meetings from the beginning up to the end, attend all the sessions, but rest assured, I've been given already the bulletins for each and every day, maybe except maybe today's date. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my single pleasure to close this 4-day Fourth African Conference of Science Journalists. If I may ask, was it a 4-day conference because it's the 4th conference, which means that the 5th conference will be a 5-day affair because it seems 4 days, 4th conference. It was just a mere coincidence. Hopefully, I think it is. And having read the bulletins, in fact, one of the reasons why I failed to attend this meeting in totality, despite the invitation from Dan Agan, was that we're also having another meeting. In fact, I was a little bit confused with the time zone because we're 1 hour behind here from Malawi. So I was thinking your meeting is like 1 hour after, because in about a few minutes from now, like 40 minutes, I'll have to attend the other meeting. And that other meeting, it's very similar and relevant to what you have done in these 4 days. Because the CARD is a think tank, an agricultural policy think tank in Malawi. It's been there now for over 26 years. So we also deal a lot with the journalists. But let me say that in this part of Malawi, we don't have a very strong organization of science journalists as MESHA is doing. So I really commend the work that MESHA is doing in grooming and putting together science journalists, because We are researchers. Mostly we deal with the scientific stuff, the policy stuff. But in the meeting that I'm telling you that I'm attending, even a few minutes from now, it's organized by a network of agricultural policy research institutes in Africa, which some of you might have heard. It's called the Regional Network of Agricultural Policy Research Institutes, RENAPRI. Some of you might have heard about it. Currently, it's in 10 countries, and Kenya is one of the proud members. So the membership in Kenya is through Tegemeo Institute of Egerton University. So I think after this, I should try also to link MESHA to Tegemeo Institute, because I know most of you being Kenyans, you must have heard about Tegemeo Institute, which is part of Egerton University. Like in the meeting yesterday, we had a lot of stakeholders talking about the work in the agricultural sciences. And there was this brilliant woman, a farmer, a hardcore farmer from Uganda. She made some sentiments that you see that they are directly, I think you are the answer. Because she said, after listening to the presentations, she said, you have presented these as researchers. You are busy presenting your equations. But then, for me as a farmer, what I need are not those equations. What I need is direct information that will come to me and will be useful. And also, because in this RENAPRI, we do what we call stakeholder meetings, stakeholder conferences every year. This year it was our 10th Malawi to host, although we hosted virtually. But I remember 2 or 3 years ago, we were in Kenya. And I remember I met Agan, we were at the Radisson Blue. And again, this thing that the Ugandan farmer said yesterday came out very clearly, which said, for us as researchers, we are very good at doing our technical work, but we don't know how to disseminate it to the grassroots. This is where you science journalists should come in. And I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago when that statement was made in Kenya at Radisson Blue at Nairobi. But having listened to the woman yesterday, it just reminded me that I think we still have a long way to go. That's why I think you, MESHA, and us as scientists, as researchers, policy researchers, there is need, because we can complement each other. We are very good at coming up with this information, but we're not good at disseminating it. This is where I think MESHA and your science journalists can help us to pass this information, to package it in a way that, and you know best than us, you know how to package it to reach out to the small farmers in a way that they will find it useful than us. If you ask me to do that, I'll be busy writing my equations, which the Ugandan lady farmer yesterday told us, to her, that is crap. And she was very honest. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know some of you joined the conference on day 1 and have been courageous enough to stay throughout the 4 days. At the same way, some of you have attended the 4 conferences since the first one that the Media for Environment, Science, Health, and Agriculture, MESHA, organized in Nakuru in Kenya in 2012. So there are several questions that we should ask ourselves after these 4 days. Like yesterday, when we were finishing the meeting, I think I was asked also to make like a recap and some also closing remarks for yesterday's session. I think the question that I asked everybody, by the way, Aga knows me, I'm a very honest person. I don't hide anything. So I challenged the participants in our meeting, which is still ongoing in at least 10 African countries. I challenged them that, are you sure we are not just doing talk shows? So I'm also challenging the same thing to MESHA. you have now met for the fourth time. What impact are these meetings having? I think that's a question that, a very important question that we should all have. And be honest, are these not just talk shows where you meet, interact, you go and forget, then you meet again on the next meeting? So the issue is this. So these are some of the questions that we should ask ourselves, including, what have I really done since the first conference? What have I done? Am I just coming here to talk to Agan and meet other friends? I think as Africans, let's be honest ourselves. Let's always have an impact. What have I done differently since the first conference? I think that's good self-auditing. Am I in a position as a science journalist able to tell the real African science story intelligently, consistently, qualitatively, quantitatively, in a compelling manner that touches the lives of people, and also that make policymakers, in other words, have influenced policymakers to start doing things or even change their way of doing things? We in academia usually ask, what has started, what has changed, and what has ended? By the way, as I said, you are a rare species of journalists because you are science journalists. Most journalists that I know, most reporters that I know, they are general reporters. Even yesterday, the function that we had has been featured all over the main media stations in Malawi. But every time I go and review what has been featured, I ask, why did these people ask? So we ask when you have featured us, because sometimes you find people misrepresenting the facts that were laid to them bare, and then they present them in the mainstream media. It's not what you thought, and that has already happened in the event that we had yesterday. But as I've already told you, our background here in Malawi, we are not that strong in science journalism as you're doing. And I know MESHA, through Agan, you have friends in Malawi. I know MESHA extends maybe in Malawi. Can you also try to please bring us this blessing of organizing the science journalists? Because when you are talking and share ideas like this, that's when us scientists, because I also take myself as a scientist, we are proud and when we present things the way they are. And that cannot happen automatically. It's only when you organize like this in MESHA. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has come at a time of infodemic. COVID-19 pandemic has led to increased information flow, factual and non-factual. There is need to stay true to your role and not to be swayed by sensational reporting that is all over the social media. Science reporting is a matter of life and death. If journalists do not adhere to the fact checking, more harm than good will be done. The conference took participants through insightful training on fact checking. Exactly, we also need that here in Malawi. Later on, I'm going to ask Agan if indeed this MESHA is also extending to Malawi. If not, it should be extended like yesterday. So there are certain things in media and safety in a crisis. You are in the battlefront. Battlefront, literally, you go in the battlefront when there's a battle, but even in this COVID-19, you are in another battlefront. Us, we are laid back, and you are the ones that go there, but there are some media safety, media and safety in a crisis that should be borne in mind. Journalists like those in other continents are covering a deadly story on their own doorstep, yet they cannot really go home or into their offices for fear of infecting family or colleagues. We appreciate that. We don't take for granted. They are under intense psychological strain as well as suffering from physical exhaustion. You see things that some of us have never seen in our lives. There is need for provision of protective gear and insurance cover. As I've already said, your job is very risky, and don't think we don't appreciate that. In terms of layoffs, no one yet knows what economic havoc the pandemic will wreak on the news business. but some small outlets are likely to go under as advertising tails off and costs mount. We have already seen what censorship, disinformation, and the news deserts can lead to in different phases of this calamity. The public needs trusted news now, and will need it even more in the future. For the media, the coronavirus is a marathon, not a sprint. And journalists need to stay fit and healthy to get safely to the finish line. Surely, we know that in most African countries, the pandemic, in terms of the figures, are going down, but let's not forget, travel has been opened. As long as there are increasing cases in US and UK, we are still at risk. So the risk is still there, as long as there is one person suffering in the world. Therefore, we call to organizations, those who have supported this conference and others who did not. We applaud the funders of the conference, Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, DNDI, IUCN, Traffic, WWF, Kenya and Science Africa. We also applaud the contribution from InfoNile. So existence of an organization like MESHA has bridged a big gap in training media and ensuring that science conversations are alive. This cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, we ask all these supporters to continue support MESHA, support them in cash, kind, and the technical expertise. We also want to applaud the conference organizers and participants for your meticulous work. And as I've already said on my own behalf, although I didn't attend this meeting in totality, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be able to speak to you a bit at the very end. But as I've said at the beginning, rest assured, I'm aware of MESHA and I appreciate the good work that you are doing. Finally, MESHA is a pace setter that other countries in Africa can emulate. I've already said it. I'm inviting you in Malawi. By force, by fire, you should come to Malawi if you are not already here. We here in Malawi hope that the next conference can be held in Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. So with those few remarks, if at all there were a few, I declare this meeting officially closed and continue extending the warm welcome to the warm heart of Africa. Over to you, Bwana Moderator. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Oh, no, thank you. It has come to an end, and not a better way or a better phraseology than what Dr. Thabi has said, that he hopes that we go to the warm-up of Africa in 2022. Let's hope for the best, and let's pray about it and see how we can do fundraising. I think you've raised the issue of accuracy. Fact-checking. And so let us work together on fact-checking. You feel free to call another journalist from another media house to help you with fact-checking. Somebody's already asking me whether I can come with me to Malawi. I say yes. And so I think we have had it. And next year we will be together. But that does not mean that we are not going to be together on many other things. On November 24th, we are going to have the training on mobility vaccine by UNEP. And so after this, I'll just send you the program in your email. If you are interested, please join. Science Africa will be holding their meeting on 25th, I think a day after, where they are going to talk to Professor Omwanzala. So it's been a nice time. I'm very humbled and very happy that all the energy that we spent has not gone to waste. If you want to tell us something on the chat, please put it there for us. If there's something that you'd want to criticize, please let us know. so that we have a better conference next time. If there are topics that you'd want us to cover next time, please let us know. If there are topics that, or if there are particular skills training that you'd want us to undertake, please put it on the chat right now so that it forms part of this conference report, so that it has got some evidence that there is need for it. Otherwise, our website remains meshascience.org. Please feel free to send your articles from all over Africa, even if it is in French, to our awesome science magazine called Science. Science is a Kiswahili word for science, for those who may not be well educated in Kiswahili like Dr. Thabi. Otherwise, we thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Thabi. There is one man that we need to celebrate. He has been with us for a very long time, and that is Simon Orondo. Thank you very much. We thank everybody. I cannot stop thanking you all for your time. That time of yours is very expensive. We cannot afford it. Thank you for coming, and hope that you are carrying something back to your newsroom, or back to your news desk, or back to your computer, so that you can write and write more science. Otherwise, thank you and hope to see you soon. I want to celebrate our two editors for the Daily Bulletin, Nduta Waweru and Godfrey Ombogo, for a job well done, and all the writers. You have been amazing. I've seen Gillian from Zambia, one of our presenters, facilitators. Thank you very much. And we hope to meet again. I also celebrate Tutulo Ward. I've seen him there on the call, very patient with us. And it has been a good outing for me. I hope it has been one for you too. Till next time, bye-bye. We can put our videos on. Simon, you can put everybody's video on so that we can say bye-bye in that manner. Make noise. I think with all the noises now we can absorb them. Let us make noise.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, Felix.
Hello, again. Bye.
Dan.
It was great.
Bye.
Bye, Simon.
Freddy. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye,
Bye, John.
Bye. See you soon.
Kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
Bye, Veronica.
Bye.
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 Sarah.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Is anyone taking a shot?
Bye, Anika.
Yeah, I hope somebody's taking photos.
Veronica.
Is anyone taking a screenshot?
I know somebody's taking.
Bye. When are you coming to Zambia?
I will very soon. I will be to Zambia.
Mildred.
Welcome back to Kenya.
Anita. Mildred, Simon.
To Kampala.
Nixon Mekwana.
Welcome to Kampala.
Okay, let's share the screenshot. Bye.
Sepingero.
Karibu Kisumu City.
Some people are shy. We want to see all of you.
MESHA.
We want to see all. We want to see.
Welcome to Kisumu City next time.
Sarah, welcome to Kisumu.
Kisumu, MESHA, are you inviting me to come tomorrow to the conference?
Yes.
Really? Bye, I'm leaving.
Yes, Sepingero got it. Wait, video we go.